Yeah. Yeah. We're live. We're live. We're live. Hello, everybody. Welcome to One C Show channel. We have Roy here. Name of the channel is No Crybaby Lifestyles. Waiting for payment to come. Also, Sir Bricks and Janine. So that'll be 5. So we're just waiting on the rest to show up. We might just go ahead and start the discussion because I think, see, I'm using the free app because I don't know if it's worth me paying. So I'll see how this goes before I decide to upgrade and take it from there. So let me go to my channel. Yeah, it seems pretty good. So we will see. All right. Tita. Let's go here. See how, yep, it's on. So that works. Let me mute. See how that looks. So it says 3 watching. Oh, right here, Lisa. Yeah, there she is. I see right here, Lisa. I see. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I saw your video, Roy. You say you're not going to do live streaming anymore. Is that true? Or
yeah, I wasn't, but then I did a couple last 2 days because I'm on quarantine, so I have a lot of free time.
Right, I remember you said that. See, you were cutting everybody down. I declare. I declare. Oh, is it still an echo?
What?
Lisa said there's an echo.
Oh, I don't know.
You still hear an echo, Lisa?
Where's everybody at?
Hey, so can you hear me? I can't hear anything. Hold on.
I can hear somebody.
Oh, okay, I hear you. Is that Roy?
Yep, that's me.
Okay, I hear you. I don't think Shell can hear her, so we can hear Shell.
Yeah, now I can't hear her. Yeah, but I can't hear you.
Yeah, you're muted, Shell.
How about now?
Yep, we hear you.
Now it's fine.
There you go. I declare. All right, payment is here. He's in the chat, but I'm trying to see if I can get him on camera. And Janine, I sent her an email. Can somebody put a message? I might have to call her.
Yeah, that might be your best bet.
Yeah.
People are shy. They don't want to be on camera.
I know. Well, I mean, he don't have to show his face. He can show his picture. Hey, Aaron, how are you? Yeah, that's Roy. That is him. That be Roy. All right, let me call Janine here.
I should have put my name as A-hole.
Why you say that?
Because everybody thinks that anyway.
But why? You know what? You of all people, you shouldn't say those things. Why? Because what do you say?
Why?
Create your own destiny. Because no one's gonna do it for you. Stop thinking so bad about yourself. You need to stop. I mean,
no,
really.
I don't think bad about myself. I just know how other people think.
Well, who cares, right?
Oh yeah, but of course.
because I mean, sometimes I'm watching you, I'm like, ooh, I wish I could reach through that screen and say, stop it, just stop it. Stop it. You have all these people come see you, and I know you it's like you want them to be boom right there. And I watch you. I think the last video I was counting how many times you would turn towards the camera. I said, one, you did that. You did like 6 times. I was like, oh my gosh, somebody please come in there. I was gonna pop in. I said, no, let me just wait it out. And then people start coming in and you start talking. I was like, man, see, you are a big teddy bear. That's what you are. You have a loud bark, but you have a very soft heart. You really do. I noticed that about you.
Well, trust me, it's gotten me put in jail, man, more than once. So I
I
gotta be careful. I gotta be careful. Come on, man.
That's true. You do got to be careful. I mean, well,
I'm too old to be sitting in jail.
I declare. Yeah, you don't need to be in there.
And the food's horrible.
Oh, okay. Well, I haven't experienced it. I have no desire to either. You know, unless it's something, for self-defense and the law is against me, that's a different story. But other than that, nah. Who cares what everyone else? Right, exactly. Right, Shirley. So who cares? What? You
She
give
does, because she's always complaining why nobody likes her stuff and everything else. So she cares.
Oh, right, Shirley. He got you.
So she cares. Everybody at some point cares about what other people think about them. That's just being a human being.
Well, I don't.
It just depends on the level you go to on.
That's true.
How much you care, how much you absorb of what other people think. If I'll think I'm an asshole, that's fine. I know it. I can be it. So I already accept it. So I accept most people's criticism because I know how I am. And at the end of the day, does it hurt my feelings? No. Is it going to pay my bills? No. Is it feeding me? No. So I really don't care. But everybody cares at some point or some level.
I would say some level. Yeah.
Some level.
If you're a genuine person, you would want people to be able to see that. If you're a bad person, some bad people wouldn't want people to see that because they up to no good. However, you know, if you're being your true self and people will not accept you being yourself, then you have to be around others that appreciate you being yourself. You know what I mean?
But you also got to take a look at history, for example. Some of the nicest people you would ever meet turn out to be the most evil people. So,
that's true. But something has happened along the way. Something has changed that individual person. And to be honest, a lot of us from when we were toddlers to where we are now, our personality characteristics have changed due to what we have been exposed to or experienced. Therefore, we had to adjust to a certain way in order to protect ourselves. Because it's like, who's going to protect you but yourself? No one else is going to do that for you.
All right, who's in the room still?
Right here, Lisa. It's 6 people now.
The panel people.
We don't have payment yet. I'm still waiting for him, trying to get him in. So it's just the 3 of us. So we're going to start. Check the like. Oh, okay. Hit the like button. Okay. Can you hit the like button through here? Yeah, you can. All right. Done. I did my part. Okay. So it's 8 now. Okay. All right. Lisa said, who cares what everyone thinks? All right. Now, if you guys have something to say, I'm going to try to do my. Sorry, I'm back. I was watching Trump. Oh, okay. So you ready to come on, Payman? Are you ready to come on? Still backstage? Are you not up here yet? What happened? There you go.
There we go. All right.
Okay.
I keep getting booted out. I'm just not going to touch this phone at all.
There you go. All right. So, Payman, you still trying to get in? Oh, he want to keep listening. Yeah, you can still listen to him. Well, are you gonna have headsets on? I don't want it to be in the background where it can be distracting. Go to your email. I sent you a link. Payment. Are you able to check your email, Payment? Okay, so the same thing I see here is the same thing. I see. We can get rid of this one. And all right, so what we're going to do, we're going to go ahead and get started. Okay. You want Roy to face the camera?
Who wants me to face the camera?
Aaron.
Who's Aaron?
You don't know Aaron?
Huh? It's possible.
Oh, he said it's possible. I don't know. Oh, wow. Aaron.
Someone wants to see my pretty face?
Yes, they do.
Oh, okay.
They say they want to see you smile.
I don't want to give nobody nightmares later.
See, that's, ooh. Where is my whip? What in the world? Where is it? Oh my gosh. I know I got it.
Don't threaten you with that whip.
I try to keep it close.
All right. Yeah. No, I'm kind of freaky like that, so it probably won't bother me too bad.
No. Don't tell Shell that, please.
You're gonna be in trouble, buddy. Oh, I knew I had it close. I got to keep it close. I got to keep it.
Oh, see, that's a freak nasty one too. That's a freak nasty.
Be like,
Gwen, Roy's about to go down that rabbit hole.
He in trouble like that.
This is a family show. Come on.
Like,
Thank you. Exactly. This is a family show.
Oh yeah.
This is a family show. Come on now.
Okay, sorry. Let me get my
You gotta
glasses.
save that for the after hours.
It'll be S&M part 2 later.
I declare.
I will be in the audience for that. I'll just let you know.
I declare. Oh, my glasses are dirty. All right, so guys, we're going to go ahead and once Payment can jump in, and if Janine can jump in, we're going to do that. That's right. Angel, absolutely, for sure. All right, so basically the topic is Black Lives Matter. Why? Is COVID a hoax, and civil servants killing people of color? So who wants to be first?
Well, are we going to cover each topic one at a time?
Yeah, start with Black Lives Matter. Everybody gonna have something to say based upon how you see it, how you feel about it, and if you have questions and so on and so forth.
Okay, well, I can lead into that one.
Okay.
In terms of Black Lives Matter, I think a lot of people have a misunderstanding as to just the statement itself. Like, you hear the term Black Lives Matter, then the next person says all lives matter.
Okay. Payment's here now.
Okay, hey, how's it going, Payment?
You made it.
In terms of Black Lives Matter, I think a lot of people have a misunderstanding as to. Oh, that's a playback. Somebody playing it back. Oh, that's Payment. Black Lives Matter. Somebody playing it back. Oh, are we good? All lives matter.
Yeah.
Hey, Roy.
Hey, what's up, Payment?
All right, I muted Payment so that we can hear what Bricks is saying. Sir Bricks is saying. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. No, it's no problem. And guess what? My son is. What do you want? Hold on, sorry.
Omar is saying, why is Roy being so bashful?
I'm sorry about that.
Omar is saying that.
Bricks is saying. Sir Bricks is saying.
Omar being retarded.
Hey, Payman, you might want to mute the playback in the background.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Is it my fault?
Yeah.
I think you have
sorry,
the video playing in the background.
I don't do this stuff.
All right, no worries. I'm glad you made it. That's awesome.
All right. Glad to be here.
Oh, but to segue back into what I was saying before my son came in here. But no, I think a lot of people think when they hear the term Black Lives Matter, they think that those of us that are African American are trying to set ourselves out apart from the rest, when the argument is actually the opposite. When people say Black Lives Matter, they're basically saying that, hey, we matter too. We have, we have value. We're humane. We deserve the same rights as anybody else. We're just, at least in that sense, they're asking for equality. I'm saying they in a sense because there are some things I disagree with and some things I agree with. But it seems to rile a lot of people up when they hear somebody say that. But I heard a good analogy about the whole thing about the Black Lives Matter, all lives matter thing. Yes, we all know that all lives matter. Nobody's saying that there's anybody or any particular race or creed that has a hierarchical position above the rest. But it's almost seems as if people take it as if we're saying, no, we matter more. But the analogy I was talking about was there was a person, I can't remember even who brought it up, but what they were saying was it's no different than these people who have these movements to save the rainforest in the Amazon. When they create a placard saying save the rainforest in the Amazon, what are the people over in the Himalayas saying, what about us too? Or, the people over in, I don't know, over in the Sudan or whatever say, what about us too? We're just pointing out a particular situation that needs to be addressed. We're not ignoring everything else. We're just asking for people to have a listening ear and understand what it is that we are facing on a day-by-day basis.
Well, can I chime in on this?
We're listening. So what are you facing on a day-by-day basis?
Okay, wait a minute. First of all, Bricks, are you finished with that thought?
Yeah, I'm finished with that. So I can field any questions at this point. That's fine.
All right, there you go. Okay.
You want to go first, Payman, or you want me to go first, Payman?
I'm just listening, man. I'm listening to what you're having to say.
Okay, I'll chime in on that.
Okay.
You guys say it on it's done on a day-to-day basis. Okay, yep. Let's take Chicago. Let's just take Chicago on an average week where let's just take Memorial Weekend. You had 44 black people shot, 14 black people died. Where was Black Lives Matter when that happened? What does Black Lives Matter do in the black communities to stop black on black crime? The only time you see Black Lives Matter is when it's involving a white person. For example, we'll take another example, that David Dorn. He was a 39-year police captain. He was there in the black community trying to help a black pawn shop owner from getting his business destroyed, and another black man walked up and shot him in the head. But yet, where was Black Lives Matter in that situation?
Okay, can I fill that answer?
Sure, not a problem.
Well, first things first, I want to go ahead and dispel this whole thing about black on black crime, because first and foremost, that's just a social construct. And this is not no propaganda type stuff. First, let me explain this. Every race kills each other at the same rate. It's called proximity crime. Look it up. If you live in a neighborhood surrounded by a bunch of people that looks like you and you interact with them on a day-by-day basis, more than likely, if you experience any type of crime, it's going to happen from the same people that live in your neighborhood. So I don't understand exactly why that's being pinpointed down to one particular group. That's just basically telling us like, oh, you guys can't even conduct yourselves amongst each other, but white people kill each other at the same rate. We're not talking about that. Hispanics kill each other at the same rate. Chinese kill each other at the same rate. But for some reason, the spotlight is put down on us. Now, you want to talk about Black Lives Matter. Do you understand what the premise of Black Lives Matter is? Or why it even started?
My assumption on Black Lives Matter is their movement is based on The police, the police, white police officers killing black people.
Can I just interject for a second? Who was
Sure.
that person who was just speaking before you? What was his name?
Oh, Sir Bricks.
What was it?
Sir Bricks.
Okay, Mr. Sabritz, do you represent Black Lives Matter?
No, but I represent myself as an African American living in the United States of America. Even though I don't necessarily agree with a lot of their principles, I understand exactly where they're coming from because the experiences that they speak upon are the same ones that I experience. Now, I know there was a question asked before about on a day-by-day basis, what is it that we experience? Well, I myself, being a Black man from the inner city of Philadelphia, North Philadelphia, trying to make it to the position that I've been at, I've had nothing but detours stopping me along the way.
So you're speaking from your own perspective.
But my story is no different than many.
For your own, your own. No, that's good. I mean, you want to hear your perspective.
Yeah, I mean, to give you a light background, to give you an understanding of myself, I grew up, I was born and raised in Philadelphia during the crack epidemic. So I grew up in the heart of all of it. I saw everything going on. And it was a rough journey for me to get to where I am now. And yes, there were people within my own community that were caused a detour along my way. But and I will acknowledge that. I'm not going to overlook that. Yes, within our own community, we
all have our experiences, of course.
Yeah. And I'm so what Roy was saying, I understand it. I just don't think that there's as much of a spotlight as you think it is, because you got to keep in mind, all this stuff was promoted by the media. The media's job is to push.
That's what I was trying to get at, because people are talking like they're representing other people when they don't. Like when the people ask me in my car, I'm an Uber driver, I'm picking people up, they're asking me my opinion as if I speak for all drivers, and I don't feel comfortable doing that because I'm not representing all drivers.
Yeah, your experience is your experience, and I understand that.
When we're talking with groups, like any kind of group, are we talking to official representative of that group? Is this the official line? What does these people want? Why do they think this is going to get them what they want? It's ridiculous what they're doing.
And that's the part. And see, that's the other aspect of it too. I mean, if you're talking in reference of the protest that's been occurring with this George Floyd situation, I have mixed emotions about it. Because see, the thing is, it's hard for a lot of people that don't share the same history as us to understand where that emotion comes from. Because there's a lot of underlying anger behind there, and there's a lot of people that don't know how to deal with it. So that's the other thing you got to understand as well, too, is there's a lot of undiagnosed disorders in our community. There are. And that goes overlooked and nobody ever addresses it. So when they see it come into its real form publicly, people are like, well, where the hell did this come from? These people are crazy.
No, I know exactly what you're talking about. And I don't even think they're crazy. I think that's just a mental defense.
Yeah.
I think that people are under attack spiritually in every way. And, economically, socially, so many things they're under attack. And
but you also got to remember,
their form of defense is to, what do you call it? Go crazy.
They're using. You got to remember, they're using something that has never happened to them. There is no black person in their current 30s or 40s currently that has been any kind of oppression towards.
It depends on what you define as oppression.
Slavery ended a long time ago. Blacks from the 1960s have been given all the same rights as white people.
It's been going on for a long time.
So they're going off that they're being oppressed, and they're not being oppressed. I'll tell you right now, I've been pulled over more probably times than most black people have in their lifetime, and that's because I used to wear a patch on my back as a motorcycle club member. I was automatically assumed to be a gang member. So I know what it's like to have to be constantly harassed by the police. Remember, I've been to jail 3 times. So I know what it's like to be harassed by the police. And I'm talking all colored police, not just white cops, black cops, Hispanic cops. So I know what it's like to have to worry about every time you're driving down the road, being pulled over, thrown in handcuffs, having your car searched. So yeah, it pisses me off. But at the same time, I'm not going to lose my shit because you're never going to win that case. And that almost seems to be like what's happening right now. And it's not just with black people, it's with white people and Mexican people that they think every time they get pulled over, they're trying to get their 15 minutes of fame by acting like a fool. One, you're never going to win that battle. Their team is always stronger than your team. And so, in my opinion, it's like they need to understand. And I'm not saying you got to kiss no cop's ass. Trust me, I don't. But that's what they need to understand is that you're not going to win that battle. There's other ways to win that battle. But acting a fool on the side of the road, trying to get that 15 minutes fame is not the way to do it. It's not the way to go about what they're doing. Burning down businesses, especially their own black-owned businesses. That is not a way of doing it. The way to do it, they need to go and vote. They need to vote. They all have the power to vote. That's another thing where they feel they are oppressed or this or that. No, you have the power to vote. You know who your shitty sheriffs are. You know who your shitty Congress people are. You know this. Get rid of them. Vote them out. You know who your shitty mayors are. You have the power to vote, especially in these all-black communities. They have the biggest voice. They have the biggest voice over the white people. They vote whoever they want out of the system, and they have that.
Lisa wants to hear me.
Oh, that's Payman.
Oh.
Well, I would say they are doing some stuff that's interesting. Like they tore down the statue of Albert Pike, which I thought was kind of a smart move.
Yeah. And Robert.
Yeah, but some of these Confederate generals, I mean, they might get some sympathy with those points.
But at the end of the day, ripping down a monument doesn't change what's in the history books. It doesn't change. Okay, the next time you drive down the street, okay, yeah, you don't have to see the statue. Okay, what is that? That doesn't change the history books. And if you want to change the history books, you need to start making a better history for yourself. Not by you're not making a better.
No. I have to disagree with that. You're talking about making a better history for yourself. How about we talk about who are the narrators of that history? I'd rather have a more objective narrator telling the history. That's the one thing we can control. We can't control history. I understand that aspect, but to act as if
I'm on.
Huh?
All right. Welcome.
Is that Janine?
Hey.
Oh, that's Janine. Hey, what's going on, Janine?
That's Janine. I got her.
Hi, guys.
Oh man, you caught us right in the middle of discussion, but glad to see you here.
Now,
but
I'm sorry, I was on mute. Did Payman have his input on the topic? Did Roy? I heard you.
I know. I said a couple of things.
Anything else to say?
Well, what do you want us to say? I mean, you could talk for hours on this stuff.
Well, I know. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. The reason, all right, let me do it this way. The reason why I chose you guys, I say you guys, Roy, Sir Briggs, Payman, Janine, because I've watched you guys. If you ever felt like somebody was watching you, it was me. And you have
That's good. At least somebody's listening.
Yes, there has always, and I always see how you talk based upon how you feel, and you're pretty strong in it. So I wanted to bring together individuals who feel really strong in how they think, and what they see to come together to have an intelligent conversation. Now, keep in mind, we're all speaking from our own perspective of what we have gone through, our own experiences, and so on and so forth. Some things will be general, and some things will be individual. So that's why you guys are here. Okay?
So what are the parameters of success? How can we say this is successful? What is our goal?
Our goal is to have an open dialogue on a lot of topics that people say, oh my gosh, no, I can't talk about that. Oh my gosh, no, we can't talk about that. I want us to be able to talk about it. I'm taking a loss because I know YouTube is not going to, pay for
Well, what if somebody says something that gets somebody else upset, and then it's going to create all kinds of friction?
Well, first of all, I know of you guys, and I believe.
I try never to do that, but I'm just saying if it happens, I know.
Well, if it happens,
Roy tends to fly up in.
Roy, I've been watching Roy for a long time. He just didn't know that. But the thing is, I just want us to be respectful. It's not like what you think is the answer or what he thinks or she thinks is the answer. You are looking through it from what you're understanding in your mind and what you have experienced and what you have seen. And I want everyone here to speak about that. This is why, for me, if I
I've seen it. I've seen them crack heads. I know those guys are coming down hard, especially in black neighborhoods. I mean, I've seen it by myself. Saw an old guy, poor guy, on his knees, man. It sucks. And that don't happen in every neighborhood.
And this is my issue. It's not a Black Lives Matter situation. It's not a White Lives Matter situation. It's not a Hispanic Lives Matter. It's a police issue. It's a police brutality issue. And people, the only narrative people are using is the color of their skin to try to affect change. Well, if you're only assuming that it's only black people that are getting harassed or it's only white people, that's what people need to wake up and realize. It's all races are being attacked by the police in the police brutality. And that's what needs to be focused on is the police brutality. Not because the police pick on me because I'm black, not because the police pick on me because I'm white. It's the police are picking on everybody and doing their best to hurt everybody. And that's the most important issue. Is it's a police brutality issue. It's not a Black Lives issue. It's not a White Lives issue. And I did it on one of my videos. I put a thing where if you got a bunch of pimples on your back, you can pop the pimples all day, but until you get to the root problem, which is your skin issue, you're never going to get rid of the pimples. And that's a problem. If we continue to base it all on, well, they're picking on black people, they're picking on white people, and we're not getting the main issue, which is the police are picking on the people and being brutality towards the people, they're going to continue to pick on no matter what color you are. So that's what needs to be focused on is the police brutality issue. And it's not just towards blacks, it's not towards whites. It's towards everybody. And people are only wanting to look at it by a race issue and not the police issue, in my opinion.
Can I make a statement about that?
Yeah, not a problem.
Yeah, after you, and then I want to hear Janine's stance.
Okay. Or I can let Janine go first, actually, because she hasn't spoken at all. Oh, she's not? Janine's not on here.
No, she's not on here. She disappeared.
There she is. You're upside down.
Hey, Janine.
You're upside down.
Hey.
You're upside down.
Yeah, I think you got to turn your phone the other way, Janine.
Yes.
There we go. There we go. We're good.
I'm charging my phone as I speak, so I was down to like 13%. I'm so sorry. I've been out all day. And I just walked back in the house. Go ahead, Brick. What you was about to say?
Oh, okay. I disagree with that whole thing about skin doesn't play a role in police brutality entirely, because there is a stigma that's applied to black people. There is a perception of, like, I use myself for example. I'm a 6'4" black man, pretty athletically built, and everywhere I go, and I've been all across the globe, and I've never felt welcome in any other country that wasn't a parent country to people of African descent. Central America, South America, Europe, Asia, it's the same. But we're only talking about here when it comes to police brutality. So, like what Payman said, in some communities, he's witnessed it himself. I've witnessed it firsthand, and I've been a victim and party to it many times. And even still, as an adult, Shell can tell you, what was it, 2018? I was driving down downtown DC doing Uber, and a police officer drew his gun at me at a traffic stop. And I immediately got on Hangouts right afterwards. So Shell and the rest of the people know my story when it comes to that. That's one of many times I've experienced that. Now, I understand, Roy, you're saying because you have the biker logo on it, I mean, you have the biker tattoo on your back that it's assumed that you are also a criminal too. But if you remove that tattoo, you shave the facial hair off, you put a suit and tie on, nobody's going to harass you. I can't do that. Everywhere I go, they see me. That's a reality. That's not a myth. And that's what you have to understand. Just because you don't want to accept or you don't want to internalize the fact that this is an experience that, or either empathize with the fact that this is an experience that we are experiencing, does not negate the fact that this is our reality. So when we see somebody like George Floyd or Trayvon Martin or people like that, we can recall experiences where we were in the exact same circumstances. Because I tell you, I've been in a Trayvon Martin situation, I've been in a George Floyd situation, and I have no crimes, no criminal history. I'm educated. I've been to college, got 2 degrees, federal government. Like I'm not that type of person, but I'm always assumed to be that type of person everywhere I go. And it's not until I start talking, they're like, oh, you're not those types. You're that type. You're a special type. We like you because you don't scare us like the other ones do.
Intolerable.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you got to remember too. Yeah, I can take that patch off my back and do all that, like you say, but I shouldn't have to do that. I shouldn't have to take the patch off my back. I shouldn't have to shave my face, put on a suit to not be harassed by the police. If I'm not breaking any crimes, I'm just riding my motorcycle down the street, I shouldn't be pulled over and I shouldn't be put on the hood of a car, have guns pointed at me, which I've all had all that shit done to me as well.
Are you part of it?
So it's no different than you walking down the street with the black skin color. You should be able to walk down the street and not be harassed. I should be able to wear my motorcycle patch and not be harassed. So at the end of the day, it still doesn't come down to the skin color. It comes down to the police issue. That's what it comes down to. It comes down to the police issue. It's not the skin color. It's not my patch. We should be able to wear whatever we want, be whatever color we want, and not be harassed by the police. And I understand, yeah, black people get harassed more by the police than probably a lot of white people do. I ain't gonna lie. I've seen it happen myself. But at the end of the day, if we don't stop the police issue, they're still going to pull you over, whether you wear a patch on your back or your brown skin color, black skin color, it doesn't matter. So the whole point is we as people need to be able to walk down the street, whether we're white, black, green, have a patch on our back without being harassed by the police. That is at the end of the day, that's what we need to stop, is the police having to be able to have the ability to just stop people whenever they feel like it and harass us as it is. So.
Well, I can iterate on that. I don't know if I'm going to introduce myself, whether y'all don't know me or not.
Go ahead, Janine.
I'm a 32-year vet. Oh, the blue line. Retired. I worked in security for those many years. There's a difference. I have to tell everybody this. You have police. You have security. You have security guards. Okay? The second rank next to security is the police department. I work very closely with these guys on a daily basis. I was campus police, which is on college level. But I also got a chance to work with them in the streets and at different sites. Okay? We all work together. That's the same thing that happened with George Floyd and the other cops. They work together. Yeah, sometimes we run into the same things, but there's different ranks that you have to go through. Now, such as myself, I studied and went to the academy. And with that being said, I never was a security. I started out as a security guard, and I saw that I liked what I was doing. And the next thing I did, I went to the academy. So once I went to the academy, I got to learn a whole lot of stuff. I also got to see firsthand on how some of my fellow officers had did some things that they weren't supposed to do. And a lot of people stating that, well, if the good cops always stand back and allow this to happen, you know, why they can't say something. Reason being, it is a brotherhood and a sisterhood. Not only that, we have to think about our families that are in the midst of all of this. And once we say rat out our fellow cops, our constituents, our family lives get in jeopardy. Not only that, we might as well say we put a target right here. We're targeted because we're ratting out the rest of the bad apples, the bad seeds. Because like the old saying, like the Bible says, and I'm going to say it like this, if you plant a tree by the water, it's going to root very well. And if you got a bad seed, you're going to get a bad harvest. If you got a good seed, you're going to get a good harvest. So with this being said and what's going on right now, you got a good seed and you got bad seed. You got evil versus good. I mean, all of this is in the department. And first of all, we're looking at is our jobs, our families. First of all, our children don't even know if we're coming back home or not. And I'm going to tell you something. The divorce rate amongst police officers and anybody that's in law enforcement is 95% high in divorce. So with that being said, you are married to your job instead of your wife. You're never home. Been there, done that. I lost my husband in the same thing. Same issue. I was always working. Every holiday or whatever. I couldn't stay around. I was always at work.
I love Janine. She's
so with that being said,
so right on. She's so right. You're so right on.
And with that being said, we lose ourselves as a person. Not only that, we lose our families at the same time. There have been, and you're wondering why domestic violence, and a lot of people don't talk about it. Domestic violence is very high amongst cops. Anybody in law enforcement. That's where the PTSD come in at. We see so much stuff out here on these streets on a daily basis. It's not an excuse. It's what we go through. It's what we see. When you go to a scene and you go and say, like, I'm gonna use a car accident. The first car accident I saw, it was horrific. And I'm gonna be honest with you. I uptook everything that I had ate that day at the scene. There is, when I said I can't explain it to you or what I saw. What I saw, it'll mess up your mind for the rest of the year. It's not easy doing that job. And especially after 9/11, we got just as more training as a security officer. Because a security officer has to go to school even more before they go to the next level, which the next level is a police officer. So with that being said, I got my training. But this is the deal. Tell a lot of people, it's the choices you make within your career. It's the choices you make in life that really set a standard. So if you're going to be, I always was taught, don't be a follower, be a leader. I've always been a leader. I never was a follower. And anytime I saw anything that went wrong, I always questioned it. And if it felt wrong in my spirit, I'm definitely going to question it. And I tell you what, after what happened these past couple of years, I'll tell you now, I quit 2012. glad I did. The best thing I ever done.
What
I
did you
saw a
quit?
young man.
What did you quit?
After 32 years, you will quit too.
He
Of
said,
what you've
he
seen.
said, what did you quit?
Okay?
He said, what did you quit?
Huh?
He said, what did you quit? The security
I quit law enforcement. Period.
law enforcement? Okay.
Oh, she
I
quit.
quit law enforcement. Period.
She quit law enforcement. Okay.
Period.
I didn't understand what you were saying.
Okay.
But thank
I
you for
quit
your.
law enforcement. Period. You're welcome.
Okay.
But in this day and time, I know for a fact, it's not easy being out here wearing that badge, especially when you got constituents that's making you look bad as well. These bad cops will have the good ones looking bad at all costs. I mean, when we took that oath to protect and serve and to uphold our ability to do the job and to serve the community, I took that to heart. Right now, I have a nephew that's out there on a daily basis. I'm not going to say where he is, but he's out there. He was state patrol. He just got up in rank, and I'm proud of him. Not only that, I have nephews in the military. I'm proud of them. And when you're talking, I was second generation. My nephews are third generation. And I'm proud of them because we uphold the law. We don't, and that's the thing about it. Some people, when they get behind that badge, they think that they can do any and everything, and they think that they're above the law. That's not true. You do anything wrong, you've taken a risk. You're putting your family at risk. Not only you putting your family at risk, you putting your whole career is, not going to say is at risk because of the choices that you make.
Well, I want to respond to a couple things. If you don't mind.
Go for it.
Go ahead.
I mean, I love what Janine said. I think she's got some great points. But regarding the risk, I mean, I'll manage my own risk. You know, everybody has to manage their own risk. But I wanted to say something about what Sir Bricks said earlier. I wanted to respond to it, if you don't mind.
Go for it.
So it was about the. So he had mentioned something about how he had gone to other countries in the world, and he felt more at home in some countries and other countries. I want to say something about that. Excuse me.
It's all right. It's okay. It's all right. You're speaking from your experience. And that's what I want.
Yeah, I'm going to break down here, so maybe we better come back later.
We understand. If you want to talk, we're listening. We understand. We understand.
All right. Sorry.
No, don't be sorry.
You're good.
All right, let me get back. I'm sorry. This has got nothing to do with this conversation. This is all other stuff, you know, just brought up a lot of stuff. Okay. Anyway, going back to his point.
You're gonna have to learn to deal with it too, my man, too,
Yeah,
because PTSD is a serious thing. That's a reason. Yeah. That's another reason why I quit.
Yeah. Anyway,
it's serious.
There's something
you're gonna have to talk to somebody.
There is something the police do that they're not supposed to do, but they all do it. Okay, because we all do it. It's called profiling. Okay, now profiling, you've all heard the term profiling.
Bingo. Yep.
Profiling is basically judging a book by its cover. Okay? Now, we all judge books by their cover. We know we're not supposed to, but we have to. I mean, let's be honest. Okay? And it's part of human nature. Okay? This is just part of human nature to fear things that they don't know or don't understand. These are just part of it. You can't blame people for being themselves. You know what I'm saying? Like they have a better nature, of course, and once the way I put it is once they gain their humanity back, and go on to maybe even a higher level, hopefully for us all, that we all can raise ourselves spiritually and become mature emotionally and all these other things, so we can talk about things rationally, because these are serious issues. But don't take it personally when it does, because if you go to somebody's house, okay, well, for example, right, if you go into somebody's house, you're not by definition in your house. You're in somebody else's house. When you go into somebody else's house, you shouldn't feel at home. You should feel like you got to take a little extra care, not damage the guy's table or whatnot, right? Because you're a guest, right?
Yep.
So that is what somebody mentioned earlier in the chat: manners. And considering your own home, if this is your home, if you consider yourself to be an American, this is your home. I'm done.
Okay. All right. I want to add a reference. Now, this is what comes to my mind when it comes to Black Lives Matter. And I talk to my Hangout families about this. I believe it should start with us first. Us as African American people, people of color, Black people, however that goes. Okay? It starts with us first. We need to stop killing ourselves. Because this is the way I see it. If you have Black people here, okay, you're here. You have the opposition coming this way. A group of people who are not our color, but can't stand our color just because of who we are. Then we have our own self killing our own. Where will the Black race be in another 5 or 10 years? If the majority of the Black men are in prison and the other half is dead, how can the Black race continue? Once we die off, natural causes or lack thereof, the race will be gone. And I just feel that, and I understand how the system is set up, and I watched a couple videos today, very interesting video. For example, this Black guy was talking to a police officer, and the Black guy said, "So why are you here?" And the police officer said, "Because I want to make sure everything stay calm in this neighborhood." And to enforce a drug enforcement, to war on drugs. And so then the Black guy was like, so how are you going to stop this? Do you think drugs is going to ever stop? The police officer said, no, it will never stop. And then the Black guy said, so we're just going to constantly go through this cycle. You're going to lock us up because we're breaking the law. We go to prison, come back out to the same thing again. And as soon as he said that, I said to myself, if someone else don't stop the cycle, You have to stop the cycle. If you see that there is a system against you and it causes you to be on this circle, like you have a hamster just constantly running, there's no end, just over and over and over and over again. You have to, once you see the light, if you will, you need to make a change. You need to stop right then and there and do something different. It's called insanity. If you're constantly doing the same thing over and over and over and over and over and over and over again with the same result, and you don't like the result, then why are you doing it? Every black person has not been in prison. Why? Because they choose not to sell drugs or to do the things to be in prison. So we all have that freedom of choice to do or not to do, but we're enticed by various things. If you're known to be a race that is poor, you're lacking this, you're lacking that, then you're in this community, you see someone who looks like you, driving this fancy car, fresh from head to toe. I mean, just like, oh my God, what in the world? Like, I want to be just like him. But do you know how he got there? Are you willing to go through what he have gone through to get to where he is? And then not only that, are you willing to accept it is quick money, but it's also a short life? Do you want to get out there and you make all these thousands and millions and billions of dollars being a soldier? Really, the soldiers are not making that much money, but it's the head people. And believe it or not, there are people who don't look like me who are really controlling this drug. But the system, I believe, is set up in such a way, okay, we don't have to hang them anymore. We don't have to run after the Niagaras. All we got to do, sprinkle a little this and a little that. They're going to kill each other off. And let me tell you, the system is working. It's working because we're definitely against one another. We're definitely against one another. And when it comes to the drug dealers, of course, they can't bring their situation to the law because it's a criminal act. So the criminals deal with criminals like criminals do. So then now I understand more and more this black on black crime. But then in the midst of it, what about the children, the innocent ones? Because you haven't taken any gun practice. You're just spraying bullets everywhere, hitting everybody but except the target that you wanted to kill. And all these innocent people are dead. And leave the families to mourn. All because of money, territory, prestige, and honor. Is it really worth it that much that you kill off your own people? You can be black and have all the money, all the prestige, honor, and all that in the world. But if you're the only black person here, who's going to respect you? You're not being respected now. So who's going to respect you? So it's just one of those things. I just feel we as a people need to stop. Once we see what's going on, we need to stop it. We need to jump in and say, okay, you know what, brother, sister, don't do it. Try something else.
It's a lot of victim mentality. People have a victim mentality. They think they want to blame their problems on someone else.
Right. It's easy to do that.
Easy, yeah. Like everybody does it,
But I think
but you also got to remember. You got to remember too. Like if you want to affect change, you got to be able to change. You can't do the same heathen type shit and then expect everybody to look at you like a saint. You got to change the way you are if you expect people to help you change. If you want white people to look at you differently, don't go out robbing white people. Don't go out just robbing your own people. Because not only are you giving
Wait,
that
so should we feel that same way? Should we feel that same way? No, I'll wait.
If you're killing yourself, over drugs, you're killing yourself over rims, you're killing yourself over because some black woman, you do shit like that. How do you expect people to perceive you? If you look at your own race and kill your own race, how are other races supposed to perceive you? They're going to look at you automatically in fear.
And they
Because
already
So wait,
had
can I?
a negative look on us from over
Oh
40
wait.
years ago.
But Shell, there's a.
And
Oh, I'm sorry, Shell. No, never mind.
the color of our skin is already marked coming out of the door. When you think of black, most people who are not black, we're dumb, dirty, uneducated, stupid, still the same, okay? On welfare, have a whole lot of children, snot nose, they wearing their bigger sister's clothes, and we do see that. The mother has 24 inches long or longer, nails done, false lashes that can even go on her nose. I'm just saying that's an exaggeration, sorry. Face beat. But then you look at the and you're like, wait a minute, hold on, what's going on here? You're in the grocery store. It's time for the food stamps, out there. The cart is full of steaks, pork chops.
Yeah.
And so on and so forth.
Yeah, you're lucky. There's so much abundance here.
Right, but the children might got some ramen noodles or some cereal in the grocery cart. And then the man is there, not even really pushing the cart, but just making sure you get this, you get that, so on and so forth. We are a broken people. And the only way we can heal ourselves is if we stop. Once we see what we need to see, it's time to turn over and do something else.
I agree with you. I think the evidence is clear. This is specifically targeted. I don't agree with Roy on this. I think that there are, racial things going on, but I think some of it's self-inflicted too. I think that
some is self-inflicted and some has been there from day one when we were born. For some reason, the system has to say black is up here, anything else is down here.
But you don't have to listen to what they say. I mean, you can.
Oh my gosh! I know.
That's the issue I have is like when everybody's telling you you're an idiot, then you start believing them is the problem.
Exactly. That's a very good point, Payman.
You know what I mean?
Good point.
Don't even they're idiots themselves. Believe me, I could break it down for you, my friend. All these guys with all these big titles, okay, with all these degrees, okay, and what those degrees are really about. I can break it down, and I can do some damage. There's a reason I don't put my shit out there on the internet a lot, is because I could create some real trouble for these people, and they know it. Because a lot of it's a fraud, just like Uber. It's based on a fraud.
Well, no, you can't say a lot. You can't say a lot of it's a fraud because we see it every weekend in Chicago when you got 50, 60 black people shot by other black people.
Okay, no, I'm not talking about that.
It's a fraud. You can't say everything.
That's real.
You can look. You may look at a few things as a fraud, but you can't look at black on black crime as a fraud. You can't look at 13% of society. 13% of the society, which is black, creating 50% of the crime.
Yeah,
that is not fraud.
I know. What I was trying to say. Allow me to correct myself. Okay, that what I was trying to say is that the message that they're sending, okay, that people are believing is based on a fraud. That's what I was trying to say. Not the effects of
believing it.
Believing
the fraud
as a result. Yeah, people are.
It's not that they're believing. It's not that they're believing the fraud. It's being that they've been told their whole lives for the last 3 to 4 generations to blame it on somebody else instead of taking their own personal responsibility.
I wouldn't say that we were told because I never was told.
Neither was I.
So I can't say that we were told this is why this happened because you're black and so on and so forth. Some things I know some white people who don't mind letting you know how they feel about what some people call us as naggers. They hate those naggers. I'll kill them dead, those naggers. To hang them up is no problem. To cut off their privacy, good for them. It's bigger than mine. I can't stand it. rape a black woman. Oh my gosh, I can do what I want.
God forgive us.
And even the wife that had the slave masters, she didn't want her husband all on her. Go out there to the barn with the slaves. Dump out your stuff on them. Put it in their mouths. Sprinkle it all over their face. Put it in their backside, in their front side. I don't want you touching me with that stuff. Take it out there. And that's what they did. We were considered property. Go ahead, Janine.
Okay. I can consider myself the eldest, hopefully, on this thing. I was born in 60.
I don't know.
I was born in 1960. I'll be 60 years old this year, in 3 months. And according to, I'm telling you for firsthand, what I've experienced. I've seen with my own eyes people lynched for no apparent reason, just because they want to go out, have fun. Happen to be, and this is during the Jim Crow law. I remember going down, long story short, going out of town with my grandmother back to her hometown. And I had to use the bathroom. Here's the deal. I'm a girl at that point. And
did you freeze on us?
Y'all can hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'm getting a phone call.
Okay.
I'm getting a phone call. God.
You gotta put it on airplane.
Jeez.
You just
Okay. I bet.
All right.
It just knocked my daggone Bluetooth off. Being a little girl back in the 60s, well, I couldn't go to the bathroom like I really wanted to. Meaning, my grandmother had to go pull over the side of the road, and I had to use the bathroom like that. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, hold on. I can't hear myself because I feel like I'm yelling. But to make the long story short, I've seen some things in my lifetime. I never thought that I would experience this crap again in my lifetime. I'm seeing this stuff all over again. This what's going on right now is actually the 1960s in 2020. History is repeating itself. And when history is repeating itself, my biggest question is to the younger generation that's coming behind me.
It's repeating
How
itself.
long, and this
there's
is the
some new
question,
stuff happening here too.
How long are y'all going to allow this to continue? We fought for what you have right now.
Some don't understand that.
It's not, to me, I see no color. I was raised up like that. Because why? My great-grandfather was white. Portuguese. I come from royalty out of Africa. Yes, I'm a niece. I'm a niece of a king out of Africa.
Okay.
That's letting you know.
Yeah, people research their history. I mean, they've lost their history. There's a great race that came out.
I can hear him. Oh my gosh, this thing is
crazy. Anyway, I don't want to get into it. Yeah.
Well,
the young generation, they don't go into the history of where they came from.
With her comment saying that history is starting to repeat itself, I'm going to disagree with that. It's always been there. It's not repeating itself. It's just that nowadays, with the invention of all these cell phone cameras, street cameras, and all that. Now we're being able to see what we couldn't see before because we didn't have the technology to see. I don't think it's repeating itself. It's always been there. And
Yeah,
as
I think he's
you
right
know,
about it.
and I'm sure as any black man or black woman could contest, nothing's really has changed. The only difference is we get to see it now on a more pronounced basis because cell phone cameras, street cameras, the police own cameras. So I don't think it's repeating itself. I just think we're being truly enlightened because we get to see it every day now versus when we didn't have the technology to see it back in the 90s or the 80s or the 70s.
The question is that good? Is that a good thing?
Is it a good thing? It can be a good thing. It can be a good thing because now we get to see the issues that need to be faced.
Yeah.
With like she was saying, with the law enforcement, seeing some of the things that they see on a day-to-day basis. Maybe somebody in the police department needs to look at that and say, okay, well, maybe we'll give them a 2-month tour, give them a month off so they can process, they can get their mind straight, instead of day-to-day 40, 50, 60 hours of seeing this horrific shit that they see every day. Maybe something needs to be done. This shows that maybe the police departments, maybe the states can look at the situation with these officers and their mindset and start to look at that and give them the help that they really need. Because your wife's not going to want to hear every day that you saw a baby smashed in a car accident. She's not going to want to hear that. So she's sooner or later going to get tired of hearing it. So I think maybe that's a good thing that we start to look at stuff like that. You see these guys with these issues that maybe it's time to give them some break. If they work 2 months, give them a month off to get their minds right, to get the proper therapy so they can go back the next 2 months with a clean, fresh mind and a different mindset than the same mindset they have day in, day out for a full 365 days a year.
Yeah, all these people want to reform the police all of a sudden.
I think somebody said something very important here. Let me go here. It says, I think it's Maya William. Forgive me if I pronounced it wrong, okay? Williams. So please correct me if I'm wrong. Are you saying that the police officer that makes a decision to kill someone made that decision based on blacks, killing blacks? Me personally, no.
No.
It's for me.
No.
Police officer.
No. Let me answer that one.
Go ahead.
Let me answer Maya. Maya, me being a 32-year vet from the police department, no. That officer made that decision to kill that person. His mindset is not good because he's making a wrong decision. It doesn't have anything to do with black on black crime. It doesn't. It's your choices that you make. That's the same thing I tell my sons and my daughter. The choices that you make in life, you either go reap a good harvest or you're going to reap a bad harvest. The choice is yours. Now, if that answers your question,
amen. Yeah.
Hopefully, I did. And this is coming from 59 years of wisdom, and not only wisdom, experience.
I'm glad you hear
things that I've seen. Okay.
And not to mention,
so I want that's the reason why I said I want my young people to do better.
Yes.
We prayed our way through. We prayed our way through. I don't agree with the rioting. I don't.
Same here.
I believe in peaceful protesting.
Yes.
Sit down and talk about your problems. You can't solve problems with fire. You cannot do that. You can't do that. And I'm asking the young people right now, if they are on this live, think about things before you even make that decision to either throw that rock. Because you are one. Number one, you're going to cost yourself your life or somebody else's life. Number two, you're tearing up the black community or either the white community or even a Latinos community business that you go out and spend your money to on a daily basis. Going looting and taking stuff that's not yours. And yes, I'm going to say it. The 10 Commandments say, thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not murder. That's because before God, that is, nobody's going to enter the kingdom. I'm not here to preach, but I'm just telling the truth. I want my young people of all races, think before you open this, because this red tongue in your mouth will get you killed more faster than you ever think, because of the decisions that you make. And whatever comes out that mouth, it's going to reflect, like my mom and my daddy always told me, whatever comes out that mouth is going to reflect on me and your father. Whatever you do, it's going to reflect on your family. Your parents will turn around and ask, why did she do this? Why did she do this? What's the real reason? And here it is, you dead. And guess what? Me being the good cop, I got to go to your parents' house and knock on their door and say, I'm sorry. Your child died in a fight or a gunfight.
Can I ask?
Be mindful of the decisions that you make. I'm done.
I would want to ask Mr. Bricks a question.
Sure.
I saw you text something about something is wrong with us wanting equality. What rights do I have as a white man? Do I have that you don't have as a black man?
Hey, like I said, you can just walk. You can walk through downtown. You can walk through any high-end neighborhood, and ain't nobody gonna ask you why the hell are you there? Because this has see, that's the thing. The things that I'm talking about has happened to me. That's what I'm saying. The neighborhoods that I lived in have been high-end. You know how many times I get questioned about living in my own neighborhood?
Even now, they look at you crazy. Where you at?
Exactly. Oh yeah. Let's not even talk about my career. I'm much higher than the average person. Okay. I just want to make that clear. I'm not just your everyday person that goes running around on the corner selling drugs and all that other nonsense. Okay. I am very accomplished. And even at the level that I'm at, I still deal with it to this day. I had coworkers coming to me telling me, I wish I got paid what you got paid. And I'm like, what do you mean? Oh, it's because you're black. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Have you not seen my credentials? I have.
You know what? Go make that dough, man. Go make the money.
Oh, I'm gonna make that money. I'm gonna make
you accomplished, man. This is America.
He knows that
when you said that you want to be able to walk down a neighborhood and not look like you're being profiled as a criminal, then it goes back to what we have seen time and time again with blacks continuing to do all this black crime.
Yeah.
Like I said, they're 13% of the society causing 50% of the crime.
And you don't think the justice system is disproportionately focusing on the black community? So you're just going to ignore all.
They pay more money for the black prisons, but not to say that the warden is putting it on the prison. But there's government money is going to more black prisons.
No, the money is going to the towns.
Well,
people get that all mixed up. Yeah. The reason, look at all these prisons and look at where they're located. They're always in some little podunk town that has hardly any type of federal acknowledgement. But the moment that prison gets there, those prisoners and the people that work there are all part of the census for that town, and they do get federal subsidy from that.
Yeah, that's true too. Yeah, I want to address something that Chanel was saying and something Lisa was saying. I got to go back up to it. And let's see here. How do you do this here? Faster. It was at 9:28. Oh, does it go back there? Lord have mercy. It was in reference to.
Hey, I found the show. You want me to read it?
Yeah, please.
All right, hold on. 9:28. This was the one by Rideshare Lisa.
Yeah, it was at 9:30. It's 9:30 for Chanel and 9:28 for Rideshare Lisa.
Okay, Rideshare Lisa said, I'm a little white girl who got caught in everything. I had a bad thing happen because a black man thought he could videotape me. I wasn't doing anything except I was white, and I guarantee that. Chanel responded at 9:30, does black men not have a right to record things? Were those the two comments you were talking about?
Yeah, those were the two. Now, black, white, whatever the color, if they're invading your privacy, that shouldn't be, regardless of what gender, what race. So to record and not to record, it depends on if it's a private moment. If it's something that's private.
That's not true. Anything in public, and this is the law. This is your First Amendment rights. So whether it was a black man filming her or a white man filming her, that black man had every right to film her. Black men, Mexican men, white men have the right to film whatever they want. It's your First Amendment right. If you are out in public, just because you're black doesn't mean you can't film people. Just because you're white doesn't mean you can't film people. This is a right that we have as people to film whoever we want, as long as it's in a public situation. So anybody that has that mindset, well, because he's black, he should be allowed to record, it's fucking retarded. It is your right. And we need to go by what our rights are, because too many people are giving away their rights for that feeling of security. Just realize when you're out in public, and that goes back to what we've been seeing with all this violence with the police and so on and so forth. You're seeing it now because people are starting to exercise that right more of videotaping stuff in public, where before they were scared. Now they're not scared. This is their right. They can do that. So plain and simple. If you want to record, I don't care. You could be black, green. Like I said, you could be a motherfucking Martian. Record me all you want in public. I don't care. It's their right. And it's just like our right to have this conversation right now.
But guess what? Wait a minute, Roy. When you were on the strip with who was that? Omar? Was it Omar?
Yeah.
And the lady was like, "Don't film her." You see how that is?
Yeah, and that's the problem. She doesn't understand. It's my right. She's in public. It's my right. But people are they got this mindset that they're so much fucking special and entitled that my rights don't matter. And people need to start waking up and realizing our rights matter just as much as Mr. Brick's rights matter. Your rights matter. Lisa's matter. We have rights. And just because you don't like those rights doesn't mean I'm going to stop exercising my rights. So I've said it in videos before. If you got a video camera and you see the popos doing dumb shit, or you see you bust out your camera, you could be saving a man's life. You could be.
Go ahead. It's all right, man. This is a purpose. This is a purpose. I know I've watched you guys.
You know, I really wish. I know George Floyd wasn't the greatest man in the world. He had his issues. We all had our issues. But I wish I was there, because I would have did something to save his life.
Wow.
That nobody else had the balls to step up and do. If it cost me my life to fuck that cop up to help him, I would have. And everybody there that sat there and watched that should have tried to do something. Videotape.
You would jump out there. You would jump out there if there was a cop with the knee on some black guy's neck. You would jump out there.
You're damn straight. I would have.
When that happens, I would be there.
You have the human. You have the human.
You don't believe it?
That's you being a fucking human being. That's you being a human. How can you sit there and watch another man fucking die and not do something about it? Just because he has a badge don't mean dick. Don't mean shit. You see another man kill another man, you have every right to save that man's life. Badge or no badge. Plain and simple. And that's the problem. People are so chicken shit because they're scared of these badges to step up and do what's fucking right.
That's right. They should be. Those guys have guns.
Yeah, but you know what? I'd rather go sacrifice myself knowing that I saved another man's life. Plain and simple.
What I do want to piggyback off of what Roy said.
Okay.
Because, I'm sorry. Oh, no.
You don't want to piggyback on what he said.
Oh, I'm sorry?
You say you wanted to piggyback off of what Roy said or Payman?
Oh, Roy, well, it was Roy who was talking about the people standing idly by while the police officers were doing it. Right? Yeah, no, and to be honest, when I first saw the video, I was thinking the same thing too, because and I understand there are going to be repercussions for whoever does it, but let's be honest here. A man lost his life. You might have caught a charge, might have ended up in jail, might have had to pay a fine or whatever, but you would have saved that man's life if any of those people recording would have jumped out there or at least tried to do something.
Exactly.
So he is right. The inactivity is an issue. Something bad happens, people just stand around and record.
Now they did have. There was a white lady say, "You're killing him." It was a black man was also
But
saying,
he's still,
"Maybe you're killing him." Huh?
no, but see, they're used to hearing that every day.
I know,
Like,
but what I'm saying is this: what Roy's saying, I can tell it coming from the heart. You know, I believe the way his personality is. If it's wrong, he's gonna jump in. You know, he may think about it later as he in prison, but he's gonna react later. However, and it would have been right for somebody to do something, but because that uniform is on that human being, now you are interfering with police business. Then that's
at that point, Shell, it's not police business to kill people. It's not their business.
I hear you.
And they were killing them. Yeah. So anybody had the right, just because that badge does not give special power. If a cop comes at you with the intent to kill you, you can kill that cop. Yeah, you're going to have to face jail time until it all gets settled out. But just because they have a badge doesn't relieve them or give them the automatic duty to just go out and kill people whenever the fuck they feel like it. And you as a human, not like trying to be a fucking hero, but as a human, somebody should have stepped in. I don't give a shit. Slap the cop. I don't care. Done something to get that attention away from him killing that guy. Plain and simple. That's all it boils down to is too many people are willing to let other people die when they have an opportunity to step in and stop it. Plain and simple. It's like the jogger that got killed in that one spot. The guy was too worried about fucking videotaping it that I would have ran those white motherfuckers over if they were going to pull a gun on that guy. Run them the fuck over. You don't have the right as humans to take other humans' life whenever you fucking feel like it. And if you as a human have an opportunity to protect that other human or stop that from happening, you need to take those steps. Like Mr. Brick said, too much inactivity. It's a lot of this, but no fucking actions. And until the actions start happening, you can talk all you want, but until you're willing to step up and take that action, nothing's gonna fucking change.
I agree with that.
Plain and simple. You have to start changing your mindset of this. Oh, I'm scared. I don't want to interfere. Bullshit. What if that was your own fucking son sitting there? You're telling me you're just gonna videotape your own son dying? That's ridiculous. The inactivity of the people. You know, they all want to talk, but nobody wants to walk the walk. Yeah. It goes back to that saying: everybody's a fucking gangster until it's time to do gangster shit. And trust me, I'm all about I'm all about doing the gangster shit. If that's what it comes down to. Trust me, I'm all about doing the gangster shit, and people know that. So, you know, it's time people step up and start acting like they care instead of just talking like they care. You know,
I'll be honest with you. I wouldn't save the guy's ass. You know, if he's getting killed by the police, I'm not jumping out and helping him.
Okay.
You want to call me selfish or whatever? Hey, that's his problem, dude.
There's nothing wrong with what you said, Payman.
Yeah, that's his problem, and I mean, I'm sorry. That's how I feel.
Don't be.
So in other words, let me ask you a question. Hold on.
But see,
let me ask you a question.
People, can I speak up on that? People feel like that. People feel, and this is what it goes back to society. Just they're more care. It's all about themselves, and that's the issue. Everybody thinks that
I would expect the same from him. I would not expect him to try to save me either.
No, and that's why nothing changes because everybody looks at it as it's the other guy's problem. As long as it's not happening to me, I'm cool. It's everybody else's problem. No, it's our problem as a society that it keeps happening because nobody's willing to step up as a community or as a group of people and say enough is enough. And because everybody's more worried about, oh, it's not happening to me, it's only happening to them, it's all good. No,
I think
because at the end of the day, what just happened,
they're all doing it, but look at what they're doing.
Because what just happened to him can happen to you tomorrow.
Yeah.
And that's what it boils down to.
I want to acknowledge the people who are making comments. Maya Weir said, it's supposed to be our home, but they have us feeling so uncomfortable to the point where I have a 22-year-old son, young man, that I don't want to get a knock on my door about, he's died or something happened. And she's absolutely right about that. There are a lot of parents right now. But I want to go back to, this is the way I see it. We as Black people can't do this by ourselves. Even us being free, we didn't do it by ourselves. We had to have people who didn't look like us and who didn't think like the majority of the world at that time. When Black lives began, to be honest, I didn't know what BLM meant.
Hey, believe me, we're all with you. We're all with you on this. We all want criminal justice reform. Everybody.
Yeah, we need it. And I was like, what is BLM? And I began to think about it. I was like, oh my gosh, Black Lives Matter. But again, it seems to me non-Blacks, this is two things I think about. Either a lot of whites are saying, hey, if we don't get control over this because of what this one white police officer did and other white cops have done, then you live near a Black person, you live near another Black person, and you work with Black people. What if all these Black people who we work with retaliate or get angry? Then we're going to die. My children's going to die because of what this one white man or that white man did to this Black man. That's one reason I'm thinking why a lot of whites are coming in and taking charge of this. The other reason is a lot of them believe it's time for a change. And they feel like they have the power.
Well,
more power than we have as Black.
I wish them well. I hope they can legislate some new reforms, and hopefully those will somehow miraculously be fixing something. Most of the time, the problem just get kicked down the road. So I hope it's different. I hope they're with the young people. So long as they're doing peaceful protests, we're 100% with them on their cause.
And not only that,
and that's one of.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And that's one of my and that's one of my biggest issues with Black Lives Matter. That's one of my biggest issues with Black Lives Matter because it's not a Black Lives issue. That's what, like I said, it's more people. Let's look at the statistics. Last year alone, almost 400 white people were shot and killed by police. There was 170 some Hispanics killed by police. 300 Black people were killed by police. It's just not a Black Lives issue, and that's why I have issues with Black Lives Matter. If everybody came together, white, Black, Hispanic, purple, green, people were all, together, this shit would change. But everybody always wants to separate themselves as it only matters to them. And that's where it needs to stop.
But here's the problem, though. The problem
it needs to become a community issue, a society issue, not just a Black Lives issue or not just a white lives. We need to come together as a people.
But how the hell can we come together when the other side doesn't even want to hear our stance? I've literally sat here and explained what the experience is for the vast majority of us. And I've sat here and watched in the chat people try to unjustify or invalidate what I'm saying. Or invalidate what these people are saying. So how can we work together when people aren't even listening?
Well, I'll be honest with you, people want to listen, and that mindset of that they don't want to listen, I think it's kind of wrong because I'll take an example. We had a protest here last night on the Strip where I can guarantee you 60% of the people in that protest were white, probably a good 30% were black, and the rest were Hispanic. So white people are out there to support Black lives. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. So we're out here to listen. So I think if more black people got off that mindset that we don't want to listen, and we find those people that do want to listen, sooner or later the rest are going to come around. You're always going to have that stubborn ass group of people that don't want to listen to anything. But there's a lot of us white people out there that do support Black lives, Mexican lives, white lives, everything. I respect them all. And so, like I said, just on that protest last night, well over 60% of those people were white in that protest. So we're here to listen and we're here to help. It's just that I don't think they want to ask for it. They're not willing to ask for the help. It's like I said, it's so embroiled into black people that they can only rely on other black people, and they're not willing to ask for that help. And until they start, until people go out there and ask for that help, nobody's going to be willing to help them. That's my opinion.
That's fine. Go ahead, Briggs.
And that's what I see. I see white people out there just as much as the black people protesting.
Yeah,
and they're also out there looting with them too, but we don't want to talk about that either.
Yes,
they're also out there vandalizing the cars with them too.
White supremacists and what was it, after something, is a group. They're out there and they are loitering and rioting, and they're starting this stuff, and they're coming into our black community, writing graffiti and all this craziness, making a mess. Me personally, I'm not for that. I don't care what race you are. Don't come in my community and destroy my community, and you walk away and I'm left with cleaning it up. I have a problem with that. And for any color to come in to do that in the midst of peaceful protests, that's wrong. That can't be justified. It's wrong. But it's so public, and it's hard to filter out who is really for the cause and who's not. And these things going to happen. It's a perfect opportunity. I want to add what Superman Tampa had said. He said, also don't forget, let me put it up here. Also, don't forget the people that don't follow the law or make poor choices in the friends they choose. Absolutely, that's a part of it.
Can I say something about that, show?
Go ahead.
Because there's one thing, like a lot of people question, why do people in the hood do the stuff that they do? Why are they such bad people? Why do they, sell drugs, and why do they tote guns and do all that other stuff? Let me explain something. I grew up in that environment, and I'm an outlier. So my story isn't even comparable to my colleagues and peers that I grew up with. But one thing I was able to identify that was because I lived in both paradigms. I grew up in the hood. I lived over in upper middle class. I experienced both realms. But one thing I noticed between both of those societies is these two essential things, whether or not you can be successful in life. Two things. From the point that you were a child, if you grow up without these two things, you're pretty much 99.9% destined to fail in life. And that either you have resources or you have precedence. If you don't have either of those two things, you're screwed. Now, every single neighborhood that I've seen out there in Philadelphia and all the other neighborhoods I've been to, because I've been to all the hoods across the United States, I will tell you, those people lack those two things. That's where it starts. And I'm talking about from within. I'm not asking for shit from the government or anybody else. I'm asking for the people within the community to be that precedent, to start it off, to start that example. There was nobody else to really. My grandfather set that precedence for me. I'm setting that precedence for my kids. But now to get to, how do we get to a point where change is enacted and stuff like that? For those of you that are Black, the thing that you need to start doing is getting involved in local government. Oh, and not only that, but don't go to these presidents just because Hillary Clinton said I got hot sauce in the bag or Obama shoots a jump shot. When you go to a president, the problem Blacks don't do, where we fail in terms of getting laws enacted for us, is all we want is a candidate to accept us and acknowledge us. We don't go to a candidate saying, we bring this type of economic and this type of voting power to your platform. Now, if you want us to support you, these are the things that we want you to agree upon.
So you're a Democrat. I'm assuming you're a Democrat.
I'm neither, because both of them suck.
And I'll be honest with you, that's what I said earlier in this stream. You have the ability to vote the right people in for your communities. All you got to do is do it. Like I said, you know who the shit people are. Vote them out of office. You know that.
Mhm.
So, and I just said that at the beginning of the thing. That is where your powers are right now. Is to vote. You need to vote for your communities. If you have an all-black community, don't vote for the white man that thinks that says what you want to hear, because
And don't vote for a black person that's just saying things you want to
yeah,
hear.
exactly. All politicians say whatever you want to what you want to hear. You got to look at their track records. Do some research.
I have a completely different take on this. I'm going to try to throw this out. Okay, whenever, and I've been noticing this a lot lately, is that when I bring up the word rhetoric, what I really mean is bullshit.
Yep.
You know, I there's a lot of bullshit. Okay, I don't know how else to put it in layman terms so you understand what I'm talking about.
Right.
Okay, there's a lot of bullshit. There's a lot of people who are saying things on these platforms, and listen, I have no reason to believe that you guys have bad intentions or good. I don't know what your intentions are, but if you want to become an influential person, make sure that you have good intentions. Make sure your intentions are good. Because if you start going down the politician route and you want to influence the politics, it's a very dangerous game.
Yep, I agree. No, you're right.
All right, I want to focus on what Bryce Lisa said. To work hard and get out of that community. Of course, I'm pretty sure you know that's easier said than done. No, I'm not giving my people an excuse. When there are certain systems in place, and if that individual black person don't have the fight of their life in them, the different things, opposition that they will come against, if you're not willing to break through that, where that opposition came is where you're going to stop. So for some blacks, if it's too rough to go through, they're gonna go the easy route. I mean, that's just human nature. But there are just a handful of people who's willing to go through whatever it is that they have to go through to get what they want. Everyone is not like that.
Not only that, to work hard and get out of that community. No, you're the ones that are working hard, busting your ass. You need to stay in that community and help spread that same message that got you to where you are. What is the point of working hard to build up something and then just leave a community? No, you need to spread that message to your other people in that community. Stay in your community. Show people that, hey, I worked hard. I got here in this community. You can do it as well. Just don't, make your millions and fucking run. That to me that's a cowardice way to think. No, if you work hard and bust your ass in the community, you need to spread that to your other people in your community. Let them see what can actually be done in that community, and then you'll start the chain reaction to make that community a better place, because people will start to emulate what you do, look at how you did it, start to do that practice, and then you're going to have more people that are working hard just like you did, and your community will become a better place. Because that's the problem we have now. People, they get a good job, they get good money, and they want to move out of their community instead of helping. That's, so that's
it's me and mine, me and mine, me and mine.
Yeah, it just so
people in our human race, I should say, the majority of us will not take the time to look back and pull you up. We have
that's
the crab in a barrel mentality. They see us at that top. Oh, we got to do something about that one right there. Yeah. We got to pull it down.
And that's what I said earlier. It's everybody has this me fucking attitude. Back in the 70s and 80s, when I grew up, in the early 90s, we were a community. We had block parties. It didn't matter what color you were. We were all hanging out, fucking doing all kinds of crazy shit.
Yeah, where did those go, right? Block parties.
But now we got this new generation. we got this new generation of me, and that's and we need to go back to the community as a whole. Get out of this mindset of it's all about me. It's all about me. Until, like I said, until people change that mindset, it's always going to be, nothing's going to change. Like that's what's upsetting to me is that shit. I remember having block parties, having fun. There was no issue of race when I grew. I went to almost all black high school, all black junior high school. I have so many black friends that I grew up with. There was never an issue with the color of my homie. There was never an issue with that. If we had a disagreement, we threw hands and we were fucking playing the same day, an hour later. It's just, people are just so based on that me, and that's bullshit. It was a community. It's a community thing that needs to be fixed instead of this me fucking
how much
attitude.
longer are we going on this? Because I gotta plan ahead a little bit.
Oh, that's fine. If you gotta go, it's okay. Okay. Because we haven't talked about COVID, but I want to address Uberman Tampa's question. Exactly. You choose not to commit a crime. And that's true. I talked about that earlier on my channel. We have the power of choice. Even though sometimes some of us feel that we don't, we are coerced or we're forced based upon the different neighborhoods that you're in. When you have gangs running your neighborhood, then it's like you either do this or you're going to die, or I'm going to kill your mother, or I'm going to kill your father, I'm going to kill your brother. And then those individuals are in a situation where it's like, oh man, all right, now I'm just going to go ahead and do this so they won't kill my mother, they won't kill my father. So it's different situations to why certain people do crime. And then think about it. I put the question to any of you. If someone had your loved one tied up, had beaten them half to death, got the gun at their head to put a bullet in their head to end their life, but they want you to rob a bank or to do a crime, would you do it? Your loved one. Think of the whoever it is that you love the most.
Me, probably yes, I would. But that's just me. That's me. I have that mentality. I'll do what it takes to save. If that's what it takes to save somebody, then go. Then do it. I guess. But
what's the crime and what's the payoff?
Yeah, exactly.
No, you find the place. They just got it set up where you're gonna be able to get the money because they want the money, but they just don't want to be the face to get it. But it's still a crime.
But if you look at Uber and Tampa, where it says you can choose not to commit a crime, and this goes back to my thing where it's a police issue. Police can make a crime out of nothing. Look how many innocent look how many innocent people are sitting in prison right now. Look at all the innocent people that are sitting in prison.
Different race. Exactly.
They can lie. You don't even have to commit a crime. They can make up whatever they want. And they are protected by legislation to be able to lie and say whatever they want. And so that's where police stuff needs to change. You can't give people just because they wear a badge the opportunity to lie and do whatever they want. You can't do that because you're giving the cop the mindset that he is above the law when whatever he says makes a huge difference in another person's life. You can't let that happen. That shit needs to change.
That's true.
Too many people are innocent sitting in jail because a cop chose to lie and make shit up because he's protected under the law to do so. Mm-hmm. So those are shit that needs to be reformed and changed. That shit needs to change, plain and simple. Because I was lied to. I spent 2 years on probation, $50,000 in bail money, all because 3 cops thought if they put this in the report, it made it look like I committed a crime that I did not have nothing to do with. And so, yeah, that's what it cost me. And because I'm I don't have white privilege, that's this false narrative of white privilege. I had to sit in jail for 10 days. I had to come up with 50 grand in bail. I had to spend 2 years of my life on probation and not be able to find work because of my probation, all because 3 cops are protected under the law to write a lie. So that's the shit that needs to be changed. And because I couldn't afford a good attorney, I had to go with the public defender's office, which, let's face it, they work for the same county that's trying to put you in jail. So that's the things we need to fix.
Yeah,
This whole,
I have
that's
a
what needs to be
feeling,
fixed.
Roy, most people haven't seen that side of the criminal justice system. They don't know what is really going on. Most people live their lives like, I don't know, they stay out
Exactly.
of trouble, right?
That's why you have that mindset that
And so
not
they're
all cops are
surprised.
bad.
They're surprised when they say, "Oh, there's something wrong," because they don't see what's going on.
Right.
They're hiding everything. They don't.
Everything.
Yeah. So I mean, either you're going to expose that, for what it is, and yeah, you're right. There's a lot that needs to be exposed, but you're also going to create some pretty powerful enemies when you do that.
Oh my God!
Well,
I'm
see,
sorry, not you, Penny.
Payman, there are sometimes you got to forget that you got to do what you got to do. And I'm quite sure, I don't know if you have a family or not, but if someone was to break into your home and you see them raping your daughter, your mom, your wife, I don't know the situation, you are not going to just stand there and do nothing. Or are
No, the guy is dead. The guy is dead.
okay.
Here's the way we do it, okay?
Mhm.
We shoot the guy, then we call the police.
Right.
Well, it just boils down to what are you willing to do. Let's take my Lyft example of my rideshare. I punched a man's car. It cost $600 worth of damage because I wanted to make sure my customer didn't get hurt.
Right.
So I put myself in that place to protect myself and him. And what did it cost me? It cost me 12 hours of jail time, $600 out of my pocket, and another 2 months of being it. So what are you? It's what are you willing to do to protect yourself and others?
Right.
Did I have to punch this guy's car? No, I could have let him crash into us, and there've been all kinds of deaths. My customer could have got hurt, whatever the case may be. No, I took it upon myself that I had another human's life in my car. I'm responsible.
You did what you thought was right at the time. It's just when it comes to certain businesses, it's either you or money. And people are in business for money. See you later, Roy. Have a great day.
Yep, and I didn't think of it as like, what's it going to cost me? No, I did what I thought was the right thing to do, and so I paid, and I sucked up the charge. I paid what I needed to pay, and I still feel good to what I did. And if I had to do it again tomorrow, I would. It's just that's how I look at things. So that's how I look at things. So I didn't have to protect him. He didn't mean anything to me. When you really think about it, he was just some stranger I picked up. But I felt as a human being, as somebody that I took the responsibility for, I'm going to make sure he was protected at all costs. So I did what I did, and I sucked it up and took the charge. So, so that's
no good deed goes unpunished, my friend.
Well, exactly, and that's fine. I'll take my punishment, but at the end of the day, I know at the end of the day that customer knows that hey, he got where he was going safely. I protected his life, and that's all that matters.
You have to be.
That's all that matters. I'm not going to sit by and just let people get hurt. If I have the ability to do something about it, I'm not going to do it. Plain and simple.
So hopefully everybody can understand where Roy is coming from. You see, this is the person. This is him.
Trust me, if anybody knows how fucked up the law can be and has been, has had to deal with the issues with the law, trust me, I am that one guy that you can look to say, I've been harassed all the fucking time. I've been to jail unjustly. I've done what I've had to do and paid the ultimate price with some of the shit that I've done. So yeah, so trust me, I know what I speak of, where I'm coming from, because I've been there. You have a lot of people think, oh, all cops are great, cops are this, that. The only reason you think that is because you've never had to deal with them. You never had to deal with them on a daily basis, or been pulled over on a regular basis, or had to see the evil shit that cops can do to you. That's why they think cops are good and not all cops. Bullshit. Any cop has the ability through legislation that has been passed to change your life forever just by a stroke of the pen, whether it's the truth or not. That's what shit needs to start changing.
Yeah.
And until we change that shit, we're always going to have these issues. Period.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And
That's
that's
what
just
Man Tampa said. He said many people also don't want to actually work. They rather a handout. Now,
well, that's your parents' fault. That's your fucking parents' fault. Let's face it. That's the fucking parenting nowadays, where they want to give their kids everything. 15 years old, I was at a fast food joint. If I wanted to buy the fancy tennis shoes, I made the money to buy the fancy. Nowadays, parents just give their kids whatever they want because their parents are too busy worrying about who they're fucking next on Tinder instead of paying attention to their kids and
um,
teaching their kids proper shit. That's all that boils down to. So it's easier to get the handout because they've been raised up to 18 to 25 years old, living in mommy's and daddy's house, being given everything. So why when I ask for a handout from everybody else when your whole life has been a handout? Shit. And back in my days when we grew up in the 80s and 90s, there was no fucking handouts. You worked for what you wanted as a teenager, as a young adult. Nowadays, everything's just given to them. And so, what other mentality do you have? You know, if you have that mentality or you're raised to be given everything, you're going to be expect everything given to you. If I give you a piece of candy every day up until you're 25, what makes you think after 25 you're not going to expect that piece of candy every day? Now, if I give you a piece of candy because you mowed my lawn, I gave you a piece of candy because you fucking pulled the weeds. Guess what? That leads you to understand that hey, if I work hard for something, I'm going to get something in return. That doesn't happen nowadays, and that's the problem where society has went downhill, is because parents are too busy, worried about going to the next bar, fucking this guy, fucking that guy, and they don't even know where their own kids are at night. That's how society has become so fucked up. And until we as a society change the way we live, the way we teach our kids, and the way we treat each other, none of this shit's going to change. Whether you're black, white, green, purple, none of it's going to change.
yeah,
And until we get out of that me attitude, yeah, it's just going to get worse. Plain and simple.
Roy, where are the purple people?
Well, I don't know. I just say people. They never know. Nowadays somebody might identify as a purple person. So hey, I'm including them in everything.
Purple lives matter.
Yeah, all lives matter. Remember that.
Let's give room to Janine for this moment. She has something to say.
I want to iterate on what Roy just said about several things. One, officers that put anything down on a piece of paper, that's known as falsifying a document. They are being punished for that.
Now,
For a person from Roy speaking from the person from outside looking in. Okay, I understand that what you've been through, I get it. But being on the inside, I've seen a lot of officers get IA on their behind. And once IA get on their behind for falsifying a documentation, that's a federal offense. They automatically lose their job immediately. They be dismissed. And so far as the situation of parents raising their kids the way that they supposed to, they're not doing it. That stopped back in the 80s. Okay.
Exactly.
Anything after 1989, I'm talking from experience. Prayer came out of school. When prayer came out of school, then all of a sudden, oh, I could call 911 and you ain't gonna do nothing about it. See, that's where it screwed up at. The government came in and told us how to raise our kids. That was mess up number 2. You never allow nobody. You never allow. Like I told this lady that came to my house and I spanked my son because of the simple fact that he took his baby brother and turned him upside down and had him hanging by his daggone leg and almost dropped him. Now, I spanked his behind for that. Number 2, he went to school the next day And guess what? When he sat his behind down, he remembered what happened to him the night before. But guess who got nosy? The teacher. So the teacher gonna call CPS on me. Whereas that I'm a good mother. A damn good mother. I raised my kids perfectly. I had never went to jail. So for what CPS come into my house and telling me that I can't thank my kid? Hold for 1 minute. Did you lay down and have this child been in labor for 32 hours? And did you lay down and have this baby and had this child for 32 hours in labor? Did you conceive it then? No. So what make you think that you come in my house and tell me how to raise my kid? I told her, I said, do you see where he comes from, a bad home? He didn't come from a bad home. I said, you see my house? My house is immaculate. I said, he comes from a 2-parent home. I said, so if you ready to take him with you, I said, there's his bag. You can take him with you right now. I tell you what, once I got through with her, she walked out the door and told me have a nice day. Now,
exactly. It's all about parenting. Parenting is just gone down the toilet.
No, I put it like this, Roy. If you keep people out of your business and tell your kids what you need to get told and teach them right, you wouldn't have problems. We wouldn't have the problems we have today.
I agree.
So,
I agree with that.
So I don't take excuses for nobody. I don't care what color you are. I see kids run up and down the mall, and then the next minute, mama crying because the child's missing. Because she's so busy looking at clothes and she's not keeping an eye on her child. And you're wondering why kids come up missing. Kids been coming up missing ever since the freaking 50s. Because of bad parenting. I'm one of those good parents. I was one of those good police officers. And I'm telling you what, I'm proud of what I've done.
There you go. That's right.
And if anybody want to come and ask me about what goes on inside the police department, I can tell you. But if you're on the outside looking in, and you just doing this, you just talking, you never experienced it, like the old saying, walk a mile in my shoes, and did tell me, come back and tell me what you've done. If you haven't experienced it, you can't tell me how I feel.
Right.
You can't go around being selfish. That's the days of old of what I was raised on. You look out for your fellow man. And this selfishness is going around. It's all about good and evil, guys. It's all about good and evil. Right now, evil is running rampant at this moment. And the good people are getting tired of it. In other words, what happened to George Floyd the other day, and I sat there and I watched that whole video at the same time in real time, I was furious. And to hear him to call out for his mama, and I'm a mother of 2 sons, that cut me like a raw-edged sword.
Yeah. It was sad to see, very sad.
And to see that man put his foot on that man's neck and with his hand in his pocket, I saw nothing but evil in that man's eyes.
He didn't care.
I wanted to cut his throat my daggone self.
Evil begot evil. Yeah.
Well, that's the problem. Is people get really emotional about these things, and then they act out.
This is not emotion. You need to start listen, you need to stop making excuses about emotion. It's not about emotion. It's about right and wrong. And every time somebody always hear a black woman or a black man, they always say we get emotional. No, we fed up. You haven't walked in our shoes. You don't know what we've been through.
Yeah.
Our ancestors came from daggone Africa was snatched. I got my own grand aunt that was snatched out of her mother's arms at the age of 2 months.
Okay, but Janine, let me ask you a question. Do two wrongs make a right?
It's not about emotion. It's not about emotion. It's about principle.
Do two wrongs make a right?
No, it never does.
No, they never do. And see, I'm about right. I'm about right.
So
I'm definitely about right.
Wrong. We can all agree this was wrong, and then we respond with wrong.
No, I didn't say I was wrong.
Yeah, but you got to remember, sometimes if you want real justice, it's the wrong that makes it right. I hate to say it, but let's fucking
No. Let me know something. Since when doing the right thing became wrong?
Janine, there's some feedback. I'm getting like double messages on this.
I think it's from Roy. That's why I muted his mic.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Since when doing the right thing is wrong nowadays? Since when having common sense is the wrong thing to do nowadays?
I think what he was saying is for like if wrong is done to you, that you do wrong back.
Yeah, the point I'm getting at is
No, I don't. I don't do wrong. No. I don't do eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. As I was taught, if somebody slapped me, I'm going to forgive them 70 times over. I'm going to continue to forgive.
But I'm not going to turn the other cheek and allow them to slap the other one. I believe the translation of that verse, for me, do the opposite of what that person is doing.
Okay,
and
so
that is to walk away.
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about.
And you have something called street justice.
And and it's a blood-based system.
It is a blood.
If you kill one of ours, we kill one of yours.
Right, but this is the code on the streets.
It's an ancient law. It's an ancient law.
Well,
Since when it became ancient law?
It's because you're murdering people, you go to jail.
Exactly. That's one of the 10 commandments. You should kill each other.
And then the sad thing is, if someone breaks into your home and you say you got to get out of here and get out of here now, but then they make another step towards you, you got to get out of here and get out of here now. You say it again, 3 strikes you out, right? Some people you can't talk to, and it's an unfortunate thing. Sometimes you got to do something totally out of your comfort zone in order for people to hear you. But the sad part is when the law is not on your side. Now, you may end up killing that person who was coming towards you, and you shot him or you stabbed them. But now, who's in handcuffs? You are. Now, who got a record? You do. All because you were trying to defend yourself in your own home.
Yeah. These laws, these actually go back to like caveman times, you know. So, I mean, they came out with other laws that said like if you kill somebody, they can repair. You can pay somebody blood money as a result, you know. Like so, they'll give, for example, the family of George Floyd, they'll pay his wife or his surviving family money as a blood money because there was a wrong and they want to make it, you know what I'm saying? You don't have to kill somebody in response to get your justice, which is what they were trying to do. They were trying to kill cops.
Yeah, some will, but see, that's the mentality of some people on the streets. It's life for life. You take one of mine, I'm taking one of yours, and then not only that, there's some police officers that do the same thing.
Yeah, because they're feeling like they're not getting any law. There's no law and order for them, and so they're taking it into their own hands.
It was not designed.
Those are the ones that you call the bad apple. The bad apple do anything he want to do, and as long as Satan is ruling this world, they're gonna continue to do it.
If there's good.
Wait, can I address something really quick? I'm sorry. Can I address something really quick? No, Rideshare Lisa wants you to read her comment about the businesses that are burned in these neighborhoods and how sorry and how terrible that is. Can I please make a comment about that? And I'll be as respectful as possible because I said boo hoo, and I'll explain the sentiment behind me saying boo hoo.
Where is it?
Oh no, I can read it because she said now that is an answer of a true rioter. I'm sorry, ma'am, but you don't know anything about me. I just want to make that very clear to you. But I will raise the point as to why I said the boohoo comment about the business owners whose businesses got burned down. I've sat here this entire time with everything non-black. But then when we tried to sit here and speak on our end for you to better understand it, you just casted it aside. So I'm sorry if I don't share that same type of. I don't care. Hold on. I know, but let me address her. But like I said, I'm sorry if I don't share, if I'm giving you the same amount of empathy that you're giving us. You don't care about what we have to say. I don't care about what you have to say. It's that simple. I'm giving you a dose of your own medicine. Now, you know what? Roy has been up here. He said a lot of things that I disagree with. But you know what, though? Roy is at least listening. And he has at least addressed some of the things that we said and gave an honest opinion and actually responded to what I said.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I disagree with Roy, but I respect him a hell of a lot more than you. And I just wanted to make that clear to you. So no, I wasn't saying boohoo because I don't care about the small business owners. I don't care about what you have to say. That's it.
There you go. And a lot of that is going on misunderstanding and assuming.
Who's he talking to?
We're saying something that Rasha Lisa said. I'm trying to find it. Let's see. Let's see that one. See this one. Oh, goodness. No one talks about him. Who's the him? All right. So I wish I could have Lisa on here. Lisa is talking from.
I really wish you would bring her up here.
We're all talking from a place of hopefully what we know, what we experience, and how we feel. And it's not going to all be hunky-dory.
No.
There are a lot of crazy things that has happened. And it's not, and to go back to what Roy was saying in reference to white privilege. There is something called white privilege. However, you may not have experienced it, but there is something called white privilege. Maybe you're not of that class of the whiteness, but there is something called white privilege. Prime example, this I'll put it this way. It was an accident. A person hit me in the back. She was a white lady. No tags. Tags in the window. That's against the law. No registration. No license. Black man in the passenger seat. She's under the influence of something. She hits me in the back. Now, what do you think should have happened in that situation?
Who are you talking to?
Anybody.
Okay, first of all, from a police standpoint, she should have been pulled over, give a breathalyzer, ask her why you write her a ticket for the no tag and in the just improper place. How you call it? Not in the proper place. Number two, she would go to jail. Have the car towed.
Okay, that didn't happen. And I did a video on it. I felt sorry for her. She even wanted me to lie about the accident. She said, I'm facing 75 years. You got to lie and say it was your fault. And I'm saying to her, honey, dear, what? What are you saying right now? I said, that don't even make sense. I was like, oh my gosh, you're facing 75 years. She said, yeah, I'm facing 75 years. And then she lied and said she lied even on her sister. So once I began to see different information come across, I knew that I wasn't dealing with a person with a clear head. There was some issues there. So then I'm feeling sorry for her. I talked to the police officer. I said, I know she broke the law. I know, but please, can you not lock her up? And I'm quite sure that white police officer went to his family, and this is my thought. Let me have this, okay? And he said, this nigger or nigger, whichever one they want to say, had a nerve to come to me and beg me not to lock up of my white sister. I'm just saying, that's just my thought pattern. I was the laugh of that table with that family time that night. She said, what? She was big, black, and fat too. Yeah, she was. That Niagara had a nerve to tell me not to lock up my white sister. Now, I do know for a fact that if that was a black person, it wouldn't only been one white cop coming. It would have been a lot of them. The black man did go and get away. And I was telling the white security guard, I said, he's walking away. Just let him go away. It's like, hands thrown up. This is what it is. She was able to walk away from the scene of the crime. And I'm telling the other security guard, she's leaving. She's walking away. Then a female security guard came and followed her. And the girl said, I'm just going to the bathroom, just going to the bathroom. If a black person, this is guaranteed, guys, we just saw it. If a black person would have walked away from the scene of a crime, would have been dead.
That would have been 6 cars deep.
Oh my gosh. They were, and I'm in Baltimore City too.
That would have been 6 to 10 cars deep looking for that one person.
And she went into a hospital. They had many exits, mind you. She can hide on multiple floors, if you will. And they let her go into the hospital to go to the so-called bathroom. And I believe she would have walked away completely, got lost in that hospital if that female security guard didn't follow her. While she's in the bathroom, she's on her phone. And let me tell you, if you're going to do the crime, know the law, because she did.
Exactly.
Calling her uncle. I need you up here right now, or they're going to tow the car. She knew all this. She knew, and maybe she went through it before, I don't know. But she knew how to finagle the law. She didn't finagle the law. She knew the law. So then I see this white guy leaning on this fence that didn't know who he was. Lo and behold, the police officer comes to her and say, I'm going to tow this vehicle, not lock you up, but I'm going to tow this vehicle if you don't have someone else to get it. Oh, my uncle's right there. Boom, bam. If that's not the perfect setup, shut up. Stop. Uncle got in the car. She got in the passenger side. Hasta la vista. Well, yeah, see you later. That's what I'm trying to say. No handcuffs. But I know for a fact, if that was a black man, he would have been dead.
Exactly.
He would have been dead. He would have been dead. That's a known fact. That's a known fact. And it's kind of hard to accept. And it's a known fact. And I think in my peaceful world, in my mind, oh, it's all peaches and cream. It's lovey, lovey, lovey. It's woohoo. But when reality began to set in and I began to see what's really going on, man, that's why we having conversations like this. This is where I talk certain things in my hangouts.
And hopefully nobody's getting really truly upset about this. We should just be talking and sharing.
I don't think nobody's upset.
Hopefully learning from each other.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I hope that.
And payment. Let me help you with that. We as black people, we raise our voices, or you might hear bass in voices. It's not that they are angry to the point they're trying to kill another person for what they said. They are expressing how they feel about a situation, and you can hear it in the tone of their voice.
And not only that, I've heard Latinos do the same exact thing.
Yeah.
Their voices raises just as loud as ours. And not only that, whites do the same exact thing. We just have different ways of expressing ourselves, and everybody want to look at us as
beautiful.
we are a threat. We're not a threat to you. If you just stop being so freaking scary and stand up and be the man or the woman that you're supposed to be, stand up to your truth. Be transparent. Point blank.
Right. Let's see here. Oh, hey, Melissa, how are you? With the killing of Brooks, I think the cop was in the right. Brooks was drunk. He was resisting arrest. Brooks took the cop's weapon. The taser is not considered a weapon.
That's not a weapon, baby. That's only to stop somebody.
Yeah. Also, they showed more footage of the video. The police officer actually put his foot. One of the police officers actually put his foot on the guy's neck and did not apply pressure in a timely manner. And a bullet went through another person's car. I didn't realize that was Wendy's, and it was people who were in the line. That police officer put all of those individuals in danger. It could have been an infant in one of those cars, a little child. The way they did it was wrong. What the man did, what's the name? He was wrong.
And what the white chick did set Wendy's on fire after that? Really? Was that necessary?
It was a white chick?
Yes. She set Wendy's.
We were blamed for that.
Talk about flame oil.
She went to jail for that.
We did that. Wow.
Yeah. White chick set Wendy's on fire after that. In Atlanta.
Wow. Okay, now something going on here in the feed here. Raj here, Lisa said, I'm offended because I'm a girl. Offended.
What they gotta do? What is she talking about?
Wait a minute. Hold on, I'm trying to find out. I was harassed and mad to feel like I had nothing and videotaped and almost lost my job. Because somebody videotaped you?
Yeah, I'm confused about that whole story.
Lisa, elaborate on that for us, please, because that's not making any sense, sweetheart.
Yeah, Gwen tried to find out a bit more. We've been trying to understand that story.
A weapon compared to the gun that the police officer had, to a certain degree. That's not considered a weapon.
Wait, what are you talking about? The taser?
The taser. Taser is not a weapon. A taser is something just to stop somebody from getting, running away.
It's to diffuse the situation, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, Gwen. I mean, not Gwen.
Alex is saying a taser could drop somebody just as quick. True.
Yeah, but you're not killing them. That's the reason why they came out with the taser.
You're not.
But the point is, if that taser would have connected with that cop, he could have very easily incapacitated that cop and took his weapon and shot him and his partner. That is true. You gotta, as somebody who was in the police industry, you would know the police force continuum. It's a situation where police are allowed to use one step up force from a lower level.
Right.
So when he took that fucking taser and he turned around and pointed it, that's where the cop, by Georgia law and by most laws, he had every right to shoot that gentleman.
Yeah.
I'm gonna let you know. I feel it was a legit shot. Yes, he shot him legit. Whether you guys think it's right or wrong, it was a legit shot. Well, you got to remember, police are also trained to shoot till the threat is gone. So whether he shot him 3 times or 12 times, that's just how it goes.
They are trained that way.
They are trained to shoot till the threat is gone.
You're absolutely
right. But at the same time, he went by his Georgia law and his training that he went one force above the force that was being brought towards him, which was the taser that gave him the right to do the deadly force.
And you are so correct, Roy, because I was trained in Georgia. So that is true.
I understand. Alice is saying, so if you fall on your head after getting tased, then how is that not a weapon? Well, you can fall on your head just to fall on your head. Now, say if some people who have getting tased, but it wasn't technically because of the tasing of it.
And also, you got
bad health.
And also, you got to go by statistics.
Huh?
And you got to go by statistics. From the year 2000 up to currently, over 1,000 people have died from taser strikes. So it is considered can be considered a deadly weapon. It's an incapacitating weapon, is what it's meant to be. But you have certain individuals that may have heart conditions, that may have other nerve, conditions, that if they're shot by a taser, they can fucking very easily die. That's why it falls on that continuum of police force. That's why.
Not only that, the person's body weight has a lot to do with it as well. If that person is small, say no bigger than $125, yeah, that'll kill them instantly.
Yeah.
If they're that low in weight.
He said shot in the back was wrong. I agree with you on that one, but a lot of people are saying he was turning around like this. Me personally, it just seems like there was no thought.
But when Omar...
And then some people were saying that the reason why he ran is because he had warrants and so on and so forth. See, now, when I hear that, I'm thinking, well, see, now you shouldn't have ran. Come on, you can't run for the rest of your life. Stop. Just stop. And then a lot of people say he had a bad record. No, well, I don't have a bad record. I've been to jail, never did a crime and all that kind of stuff. But I'm saying a lot of people have a record. So just because he had a record doesn't mean that he should have died. Because people can change.
Well, the whole thing with this premise that he shouldn't be shot in the back or being shot in the back is wrong. This is where and I'm not a fan of popos at all, but I do understand where they're coming from. And as somebody who goes out and shoots on a regular basis and has been trained to shoot properly and shit like that, I understand the fact that when you're running, he turns around to point that taser, the cop reaches for that gun. That cop does not have the time or the knowledge whether or not he's going to turn around and run or not. All he does is he pulls a weapon, sees a weapon pointed, and if the guy chooses to turn around as he's pulling that trigger, unfortunately, he got hit in the back. The cop doesn't have that luxury of predicting the future. Oh, is he going to turn around and run, or is he continue to face me with that taser? He pulled his gun. He pulled his gun at the force that he was being faced with and shot. And just because the guy turned around and run and got hit in the back, that it is what it is. It's not like he purposely shot him in the back just to shoot him in the back. He pulled his weapon to shoot him to disarm the threat. And when he turned around, he just happened to get it in the back. That's not the officer's fault. He doesn't have the luxury of predicting the future. He has split second to make those decisions. And I'm sure Janine will.
Mindset to do a crime, first go to law school, learn the laws before you consider doing a crime.
Exactly. And if he wouldn't have fought and did what he did, he would still be alive right now. And that goes back to people need to change the way they think. How many videos have we seen on YouTube of the minute the cop walks up to the window, a black guy or a black woman turns around and says, "What the fuck do you want from me?" It's like 99% of the people know what they did when they broke the law, whether it's speeding, running a red light, you have warrants, you know this. So you know why you're being pulled over. There's no fucking mystery most of the time. There is the occasion you're going to get that one fucked up situation where he's going to pick on you. But 99% of the time, people know why they get pulled over. I know I'm getting pulled over for speeding. My registration is not right. So to sit there, open your door, and the first thing that comes out of your mouth is, what the fuck do you want? You're already starting the situation bad. You're already putting that cop in a situation where he feels, okay, now I have a reason to be afraid of this person because of the actions.
I agree.
So when we start changing that mindset, that, well, once again, it goes back to take the personal responsibility. If you know you're speeding, don't open your door and say, what the fuck do you want? Say, okay, how you doing, officer? Yeah, I was speeding. Take responsibility for your shit. You know you have warrants. Don't be out there fucking driving because you know you're going to get caught.
I agree.
Stay at home. Chill with your warrants. You know what I'm saying? If you have them. That's my personal take. Just chill with the warrants. Don't go out in public.
Right.
But you know why you're getting pulled over. Don't start the conversation with, what the fuck do you want? Because you're already now you put him you put him at alert. Now you're already on alert because you're already thinking, oh, he pulled me over for no reason. No, he pulled you over because you were speeding, you didn't have a license. When they run that computer, they know everything about you. Let's face it. So they're not pulling you over just, there are that rare occasion. I ain't gonna say they don't, but 99% when they run that computer, they know what's up. And you should realize that you have a cell phone. You can look up anything you want on your cell phone. He has a computer. He can do the same thing. So just start taking personal responsibility for your actions and treat people with respect. If you walked up to me, I'm not even a popo. You walked up to me and said, what the fuck do you want? Yeah, I'm going to slap you dead ass in your mouth because I didn't show you disrespect. So why are you going to show it to me like that? And I don't care what color you are.
You got to put hands on when they just did a verbal. Why
Yeah,
can't
it doesn't matter. It's all about respect. It's all about being able to respect other people as humans. And I respect everybody, but if you come at me disrespectful, I'm going to give you disrespect back. That's just how it goes.
I want to add to what Roy's saying, because Roy's right, of course, but on an individual level, there's things that you can do, and there's one more thing that I want to add to that is that, hey, the reality is life is not fair. Not everybody has the same. It's not a level playing field. Nobody told you that life would be fair. And so we're all gonna have advantages or disadvantages. We're gonna start with certain, pluses and minuses or whatever. If you're a targeted rape, you got to take that into account when you plan your day. You know what I'm saying? I know it's tough. I don't wish it on anybody that they have to be concerned about police harassing them, but you got to deal with what you're dealt. This is the situation you're in.
I hear you, Alex. Same here. I mean, I might try to warn them because I'm afraid I might get locked up, but I have to defend myself. But see, the way I defend myself is, I can't. Look, that's okay. Never mind. I don't want y'all to see that left side of me. But let's move on. Okay. I want to address what Alex had said here. Let's see. Okay. Why wait? Why wait to see what the taser will do? I've seen videos where guys have gotten tased and nothing. They continue to run while some get paralyzed on the spot and fall. Okay, all right, I'm hear you. I hear you. And Lisa said, "Right, here, Lisa."
And another fact when it comes to it,
back up. I want to understand this, Lisa. You're telling me a man harassed you? I thought you were saying he was just filming you, recording you. He was sexually harassing you? I'm not clear. Please help me understand that. Go ahead.
And when it comes to that Brooks shooting, and really when it comes to any of the videos, when you have people that, like I said, I'm not a fan of the popos, but I understand where they're coming from. I understand the use of force. And believe it or not, I took the test to be a popo. So I took the testing. I didn't make it otherwise because I didn't make it to the next stage. But that was a goal of my life to do that. So I learned quite a bit about it. I have the criminal justice stuff. I have all that stuff. But the thing is, a lot of people, once again, it goes back to society. They're only looking at a thing from their point of view. They're not taking the point of view of, okay, like you said, when you say if somebody has your daughter or it's your son at gunpoint, what are you going to do? People don't look at things with that mindset. They don't put themselves in another person. And like what's it, Mr. Brick said, you don't know what's going on until you're in that person's shoes. So you're only looking at it from your point of view. You're not looking at it from, okay, he's got a weapon pointed at me. It's his life or mine. People don't, nobody takes that into consideration of their life, somebody putting their life in danger because they've never been put in that situation. I've actually shot at people through people's windshields because they put my life in danger and I had a right to do so. And a lot of people just don't know this stuff, or they look at it because they don't take the time to put themselves in somebody else's shoes or look at it from another person's point of view. It's always their own point of view. And it just goes back to this whole conversation we're having. It's the whole me situation. People need to start looking at start analyzing things from both point of views, not just their own. Because not everybody is 100% perfect, and they don't know everything. So until you're in that situation where somebody, and I've done this on my video, I've told people, let me shoot you with the taser. I'll give you a gun. I'll shoot you with the taser. Let me walk up and then shoot you with your gun. That's what very well could have happened to that police officer that night. And people don't want to think like that. They're like, oh, no, that couldn't have happened. You don't know what's going to happen. He doesn't have the time or luxury to predict the future, and neither do you. So he made the choice what he could do by Georgia law. And as long as he followed the law, they had no right to charge him, and he's going to get his job back and he's going to get paid because they had no right to charge him at all for that because he followed the law of what he was trained to do. Janine go with this, that he followed the law how he was trained.
Yeah.
And if you have a problem with like prosecuting, then you better prosecute everybody that trained that man from the day one he was in the academy up until the point he shot that gentleman. You better put everybody in jail because he followed the law and did what he was supposed to do.
Right.
Plain and simple.
Okay, wait a minute. Back to Rasha Lisa. Okay. I'm not understanding. It's like it seems what I'm okay. Rasha Lisa said Gwen, it wasn't just that he was black man, but he used what's going on in the world to do what he did. A little white girl in a store alone. I don't understand.
Okay, I don't understand that. I can't grasp that. Something missing.
What is it that he did? Were you raped? Or was he filming you to make sure you, as a little white girl, can't lie on the black man to say that this black man did something to you? You thought he was filming you because he was going to take it for the night, for later on that night? I'm totally like, I don't get it. I'm trying to understand. I really am.
I don't understand the whole concept with the.
Wait, do you understand? Payment, do you understand?
I'm not 100% sure on it either. What I think she's trying to say is,
what am I supposed to understand?
I'm sorry. Lisa said, Gwen, it wasn't just that he was black man, but he used what's going on in the world to do
I think
he did.
there's something going on between Lisa and Sir Brick. Like there's some story there. I don't know. They've been talking in the other chat.
Yeah.
No, there's not a story. It's just I'm trying to understand where she's coming from, and she's scattered all over the place. So at this point, I'm just leaving the subject alone because she brought the topic up. Now she doesn't want to talk about it. But keep in mind, the only reason we're talking about it is because she brought it up.
Do you know her? I mean,
No, I don't, and I don't care to.
Okay, what's Chanel? Wait. What's Chanel
I'm just
talking
being
about?
honest.
Chanel,
What Chanel's talking about is she's equally as annoyed as I am because we're really trying to have a dialogue, but it's really a one-sided discussion, which is why I'm finding a lot of pleasure being back on the panel talking to you guys.
What's one-sided about this discussion?
Rasha Lisa saying a black man recorded her. Now, Roy already done said how that's not against the law, but it's something else happening. She implying he was black, and she was a little white girl alone in the store. Where were your parents? I don't know the situation there. Was he filming you so that you could not lie on him, or your parents, white parents could lie on him to say that he hurt you in any way?
Ding, ding, ding.
Why do you think he filmed you? That he loved looking at a little white girl alone in the store?
Now, keep in mind, let's quote that. Let's quote that. Shell did.
I don't know what's going on.
Wait, hold on, Shell. But just for reiteration purposes, for people who's looking at this playback, Shell did not call her a little white girl. She was quoting exactly what Lisa said in response to her situation. So I just want to clarify that, because that was a misunderstanding that happened with Chanel when she asked why she referenced that, and then people started thinking that Chanel was calling her that. So I just want to clarify that for the masses. That was a reference that she posed personally for herself.
Okay, and Alex said, had it not been for Floyd murder, the Atlanta cop would have never been questioned. I agree. I agree.
With that being said, how about the police chief stepped down the same day?
Police chief the coward.
Wait, hold on. Omar said, isn't calling someone a little white girl racist? Well,
That's because he thought Chanel said that. That was a misunderstanding.
And it goes to
he thought Chanel said that. Oh, no, Lisa
yeah, that was just a misunderstanding.
Yeah.
And this is for Janine. When she said the police chief, she's a fucking coward. You stand by your people. You stand by your people. If you truly believe that he was in the right, you stand by your people. You don't fucking resign. That shows you have no. That means that woman had no belief in her own people.
She didn't have no belief in her own squad. How you gonna be a leader? Let me. When I saw that, I got pissed. How in the heck you say you're gonna be a leader? Yep. And you don't even have faith in yourself.
She's a fucking coward.
You know, on a related note, did you hear about the Las Vegas mayor pro tem who got fired because she said all lives matter?
No.
You didn't hear about that? Yeah, she's like,
she got fired because
she got fired. Well, this is what I understand. She said she was at some blue lives rally, like a cop rally, and she said effectively white lives matter. And so now the mayor is pushing her out, and they're criticizing her for saying that, which I think is a really dangerous, when you start politically, going after people for what they're saying, these things, this is a dangerous road.
Not really. I see why people are pissed off at her, because once again, you're a politician. You're supposed to be out for the people, not just white people or black people. And now she's turning it into, now it's a white people thing. And that's wrong. She's a politician. She is for the people, regardless of the color of their skin. So really to come out and say white lives matter, she's egging on the issue. She's not trying to.
Well, she lost her job because of what she said.
Yeah. Well,
wait a minute. Ooh, wait. Is this the mayor of what city?
Las Vegas pro tem mayor. There's a mayor, and then there's a pro tem mayor, and I don't really. It's like you're junior mayor or something. You're like assistant mayor maybe, and she's very flamboyant lady. She was strongly against the shutdown. She came out during Easter to support churches. She famously wears like a gun on the hip, like she's like a cowgirl. And also, I think she was involved in the Bundy Ranch thing somehow on the rancher side. So I don't really know that much about her other than what I read in the papers. And like I said, what happened to her just recently is she got fired for this reason. And I think, like I said, it's dangerous when politicians start losing their job for saying something like this.
Well, my belief is we as people, we pay politicians to be for the people, and that means all people, all colors. So no specific race should be brought up by any mayor or any politician. You work for the people. You don't work just for white people. You don't work for just black people. You work for the people, and let's keep it at that. You know what I'm saying? So
I'm sorry.
That's the problem with politics nowadays. Everybody's picking sides. They're not for the people anymore. That's why this government needs to be changed out, because they're no longer for the people.
In other words, what you're saying is long-winded, and you're saying the democracy is dying.
they're not for
democracy
the
is an
people anymore.
illusion. It's
They're
an
not for the
illusion.
people. They're not for the people. When you go into politics and you come out a multi-billionaire after serving in politics, you didn't do anything for the people. You did it for yourself.
Yeah,
Now, I will piggyback off of what Roy said, because what he's saying is very true about politics. A lot of these people go in as normal people, but what you got to understand is there's a system in place, and that's no theory or conspiracy or anything like that. And I wouldn't be saying that if I didn't know what I'm talking about. But what I'm saying is a lot of these, like, these congressmen, like you elect them, these brand new ones that you've seen come fresh out of the community in these districts. They're everyday people like you and me, right? They're very charismatic. They really care about, like, there are those that really care, and then there are those that have their own personal interests. But what happens when they get into Capitol Hill is one of the very first things they do as a freshman candidate is they go to what they call like a leadership seminar. That's where all the senior representatives basically give them the lay of the land. Where it's like, if you want to serve more than one term here, this is the standard protocol that you follow. They learn that throughout the process. So there are some of those that are actually people that really want to impact society. But once they get into that system, they realize that if they go against the grain with anybody else, they won't be there long enough to enact anything. Like, it doesn't matter. It's not the people. You guys keep looking at such congressman such and such said this, and congressman such and such, and senator such and such said that. They all work together. Only on TV is it a Democrat versus.
I want to talk to Mr. Bricks now, or Sir Bricks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So what are you proposing, my friend?
What I would propose in a situation like that is the two-party system doesn't work. It's just it's a Hatfields and McCoy type thing. You pick a side, but it's really the same agenda at the end of the day. This whole thing, Republicans versus Democrats, is really just a way to get the people involved. That's all it is. These people are not really pushing the agenda. Like, Roy is right. Roy is 100% correct. I've seen it myself, and it was the most disappointing thing I've discovered about our government. Is how it, like, you see these Congress members sitting up here talking trash about each other on CNN, MSNBC, and Fox and all that stuff. And shortly after, I'm sitting right there in the Longworth building cafeteria watching those same Congress members that were dissing each other, sitting there having lunch and laughing.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all don't believe that. Y'all just see what's on TV. Y'all hearing on Capitol Hill, seeing what's really happening. All of what you're saying is just what you heard somebody else say. I'm telling you straight up. Ask anybody in DC how it works.
Payment say, okay, you know this, so what you gonna do?
No, I want to talk to this guy Bricks because I think he's off. Okay, so first of all, what do you propose? I'm going to ask it to you again. What is your option? Give me an option. What are you telling me? Yes, we already know it's the Democrats, Republicans are out for themselves. We already know the politics is broken.
So we need to break it down from being a two-party system. A two-party system doesn't work.
How can we even change that? Or can we?
We can't. I mean, it would take extreme measures, but I'm just saying it's not something you're just going to sit down and enact the law over and be like, okay, we're going to change the entire system of the government. It doesn't happen like that. I understand what you're saying, Payman, because it's one of those things where you ask that question to yourself. What is the better option?
I already know what the answer is. When you're talking about putting a bet down on who's going to win between the cops and the rioters, I'm betting on the cops, my friend.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear that. What did you say again? I'm sorry.
I'm saying chaos is not going to reign, okay? It's not going to reign.
Well, in my personal opinion...
Wait. I got a question. What is your solution since you answered the question?
Yeah, I do have a solution. And I think that Roy was on the right track as well, saying that it's a personal responsibility to live correctly.
I'm not saying Roy, I say you. What is your solution? Your individual solution. What is your solution to the problem?
Well, my solution would take a long time, but I will say that...
Payment, no, you didn't.
No, you didn't. Don't be around the bush. Cause see, you talking to the right one now.
No, I'm being honest because it's gonna take a while. You gotta.
We're here to listen. Bring it out.
Give us something. Give us an A, part 2, part 1, something.
Okay.
Don't iterate on what somebody
Here
else
I'm
said.
talking.
I want to
Here
hear
I'm
you.
going to address Sir Bricks. Okay, I'm going to address a guy like Sir Bricks, who thinks that because the system is broken, he can check out and do whatever the fuck he wants. Well, I'm going to tell you right now.
I never said that. I just want to.
Right now, I'm going to tell you, Mr. Bricks, you cannot do whatever you want to do.
I never said that. So where are you getting that conclusion from?
Okay, well, what I'm saying is, when you're telling me the system is broken and I'm agreeing with you, but we don't have a solution to that problem, so we can just do whatever we want to do.
That's not what I said. What I was saying was I was merely responding to what Roy said because there is a truth behind what Roy said. Now, what I'm saying now, keep in mind, I never said anything beyond what Roy said. I was supporting his argument. So I never said that, because it's that way, let's all just have complete anarchy and go burn down buildings and say, fuck the government. I never said that. I'm just pointing out a systemic issue. Because people keep looking at politicians like they are the ones that represent. But hold on a second, Peggy. What I'm saying is people look at these individual politicians and think that they are the representative of what's happening. They are an immovable part in an interchangeable system. It doesn't matter who the person is. That's what I'm trying to get you guys to understand. It could be anybody, Republican, Democrat, whatever. It's still what they're trying to enact. At the end of the day, they are a team, not an individual, a team. They all get together and they follow behind an agenda and they enact the law or enact the policy or come up with anything for it. It's not an individual doing that. So
here's the answer. They're going to make their plans. They're going to conspire to do evil things.
It's not about being evil. Wait, hold on. See, we like to apply this type of name to it. It's individual interest at the end of the day. Our government is a business. It's a business. Forget all that, this whole euphoric idea that the government is here to protect all of us and keep America running. No, each and every one of those politicians have their own individual interests that they're trying to pursue. Because I've watched Congress members walk out right after an election just because they just met the qualifications of being a lobbyist. So they just dropped the entire election. And now that district has to pay millions of dollars to do another election to find somebody there. When that person knew all along, they were just waiting long enough to be a lobbyist.
Mm-hmm. Well,
everybody has their own personal interest. Not like these people are like some overarching evil scientists saying, how can we destroy America? No, these people just looking out for themselves.
Well, I have kind of a short solution. My solution is term limits, number one. This way, when you get term limits set, you can bring fresh new blood in on a regular basis. You can bring in people with new ideas, because when you have these people in office for 20, 30, 40 years, they're set in their ways. They don't have any fresh ideas. That's why when you see all these new Congress people come in, they come in with these really super corny ideas. Some are good, some totally suck ass. But you need to start with term limits. You need to stop them from getting these footholds to better just themselves and not the people. Because after all, it's supposed to be run for the people. And this gives the people an opportunity, when you set term limits, to pick the people that they want or that they see are willing to do things for them, not the guy that's been there for 25, 30 years that only cares about his own pocketbook. So that's one thing I think we could start by doing, is setting term limits to get rid of this good old boys club that's been there for 30 or 40 years. Start bringing in new, fresh blood every 8 to 10 years. And that way the people actually can see their voting and what they want being done, and not just watching other, career politicians do what they want. That's one thing I suggest.
All right, I want to go back here. Alex said no one called Lisa a little white girl. Lisa was calling herself. The racist customer was being racist because he saw Lisa alone and wanted to intimidate her as a little white girl alone.
I have a question.
So you're saying that he was trying to... Hold on. So can I say this? Lisa, girl, you told this story to
Facts.
From the beginning, I'm thinking you're saying this big black man got this camera. He's like,
Yeah, that's some really strong terms. I would say that.
and then rubbing down here. That was my thought. Like, well, wait a minute. A little white girl alone in a car, and then later on you said people were around you. Then I'm getting confused. And now Alex has to explain what you were trying to say. I don't know. Maybe there's an issue that I'm not aware of because we all have issues. I have issues myself. Okay. If you were telling this story to someone else, that's what I got. Because when you say little white girl, okay.
I'm thinking she talking about a child.
No, she was talking about herself. When she talking about herself, no, she was saying
Yeah,
herself.
she's talking about herself.
There's something going on there. I don't know. I don't really follow what happened.
No, blonde hair, blue eyes.
Nobody does painting.
And
At the end of the day, it really doesn't matter what fucking happened there. At the end of the day, it still goes back to the division that we have. She's explaining herself as a little white girl,
Can I?
and he was a black man.
Can I interject?
It doesn't matter. Nothing became of the situation. Okay, you had supposedly this larger black man trying to instigate a fight with you because you're a smaller white girl. At the end of the day, nothing happened with the situation. Nothing to come with it. And at the end of the day, all you're trying to do, you're still perpetuating the problems we have by saying, oh, it was a large black man and I'm a little white girl. But at the end of the day, as long as nothing happened with the situation, and just because one large black man did something stupid to you, doesn't make all black men stupid. And just because one white man does something to you, doesn't make all white people stupid. But people need to get off that fucking mindset of, well, he was black and I was white.
Right.
You could have barely even said it was some guy in my store trying to instigate a fight with me.
Thank you.
You know, but everybody wants to add that fucking color to it. What if the guy was fucking green and she was yellow? What fucking difference does it make? Okay, you had a guy trying to intimidate you because you're a girl. That could have very easily explained the same story you're trying to explain, but it's like we're trying to add, okay, well, it justifies me not liking black people because he was a black man and I'm a little white girl. But,
okay, see, hold up. I got one question for Lisa. If this was after midnight, why you didn't have the doors locked? Why you don't have? I know many convenience stores have those security windows
so
at certain times.
Little girl, she's not talking little like 5, 6, 7 years old, correct? Is that?
I know what you're talking about.
No,
if she's that,
to make sure, is that what she's saying? Not little girl.
No, she's talking about a small in size. Is what she's saying.
See how words can, petite. Okay.
I think it's a completely different conversation they're having, actually.
That's what I'm saying. It's totally different. But Roy explained more. He said it was some type of argument, and the black guy or the guy was trying to intimidate her.
Why she didn't have? My question is why she didn't have the doors locked? Nobody should be coming in there late.
She works at a 24-hour truck stop, so she can't technically lock the doors because truckers come in there all times of the day.
I'm a trucker too. Wait. I'm a trucker too. So I already know how that works.
Than anywhere else. Whenever she do her videos is at a truck stop, and she said she feels safe there. I remember watching the video of that. So I'm totally confused right now.
I want to get back. I want to get back to what the question, what I propose. I didn't really get the chance to finish, and I want to get back on that because, I mean, what are we complaining about that we're not coming up with some kind of solutions? And my solution is not sexy. It's not, go take over police stations or anything like that. You handle it through.
I'm like this. I'm like this. I don't mean to cut you off. Get to the point.
You handle it through tax policy. So when people want to live on a highfalutin way, and they want to spend lots of money and have lots of things, you instill some kind of property tax that goes just like the stimulus went directly to the people on the lower end. That's perfect how they did that. They have all the tools. IRS has all the tools to do it. They already have property taxes. What I'm suggesting is, do basically property taxes, but have them go directly to the lower half.
So you mean like take money to pay their property taxes?
Yeah, it doesn't matter what race or color or creed or whatever it is. Whoever's got money pays the lower end. You know what I mean? That's the way the cycle works.
So in other words, what you're saying is this: the rich, it's like Robin Hood. The rich pay for what they have taken from the lower bottom.
No. They can get as rich as they want to get. They can get as rich as they want to get. They can buy as much stuff as they want. They just got to pay their taxes. And the taxes should go, like some of the taxes should go directly into the hands of the people who don't have money.
Well, okay. A lot of them pay their taxes, not everybody, but a lot of them pay their taxes. So you're saying the government should take their taxes to give to us as, I don't consider myself lower.
I'm saying that's what's going on, is they're getting around like dealing with the tax issues.
The taxes are disproportionate between the wealthy and the everyday people. We pay significantly more.
Real issue is economic inequality.
I agree with that. Yeah.
And then technically, when you say take taxes and put it towards people that don't have, you already have a system. It's called welfare that does that. So
wow. But it's not for everybody. You can't get it. I can't get it. I would, if I could, I would use it for sure. Absolutely.
Yeah, but stimulus worked. That worked. Why not just?
No, it didn't. Because guess what? I have not got. Wait. Hold tight. One thing, I have not got the first stimulus check. I have not seen not near penny of the stimulus check. Really? I haven't seen penny of the second one. So to let you know, not everybody got a stimulus check.
Well, yeah, everybody should be able to get it. That's the thing. I mean,
Nobody, a lot of people at the bottom did not get the stimulus check. I was one of them, and I paid my taxes.
Homeless people who told me they got it. I was like surprised. I mean,
well, just
the ones that
the people you work are around is just a portion of the world or of the United States.
Yeah, but that's what they told me.
I understand what you're saying, but everybody didn't get one. Whatever the reason, I don't know. I really don't.
And then also, when you start bringing in, giving people money, giving this, you're just starting now you're trying to turn it into a socialist.
I'm not saying giving people money. I'm saying take from the people who have and give it to the people who don't.
But you can't be punishing people that have worked hard and made something of themselves to make up for people that are fucking lazy.
You don't have to punish them on their fucking ass.
Because you can't punish people for doing what they did to get what they want and work hard for it, and then just give it to people that want to sit on their ass and do nothing all day. That's not fair to them.
But the key thing though is it's not necessarily about the fact that he's saying the rich need to pay out more. They need to pay what they're supposed to. Like, why is it that? Think about it. The top 2% of the people. Wait, hold on a second though. But the top 2% of the people in America have a significant amount of wealth that is more than the rest of the 98%. So now, why exactly is it that they don't pay the same amount of taxes as we do?
Because
don't you think they're 27? Let's put it this way though. But don't you think I'm just going to throw a number out. Their 25% could do more for America than our 25%.
But that goes back to what I said before with these career politicians. It needs to be clean, and new legislation brought up to change this stuff. But you can't bring in new legislation when you got the good old boys in there, and that's the problem. We need to start limiting and start wiping out these good old boys club and get fresh blood in there that can enact what we the people want, which is if a majority of the people think that, hey, you making this much money, you need to pay this much, then we need to find people that are willing to put that legislation through. I mean, until you wipe.
Let me ask you this question. Oh, go ahead, Janine. I'll ask after.
Roy, I've been saying that for the past 40 years. They needed to, in other words, some of those senators have made a career out of being in those seats. They should do the same thing like they do with the mayor, the governor, and the president. You only can do 2 terms. And after that, you got to go.
Exactly.
That's the only thing I hate about Congress. Because 1, they make a career out of it. 2, with the good old boy system in there, which I know, I'm from Georgia, can't stand it. Don't like it. Because it's unfair. You're not doing any justice to your people of your state. And honestly, I was a Democrat. I just changed my thing. I'm an independent now because I don't follow things of what's going on right now. I did not vote back in 2016 because it was stolen from me.
What do you mean?
I wasn't allowed to vote.
Why?
Why?
Yeah.
Quote unquote, I hadn't registered. Lie. I had my voter's registration card in hand.
Oh, but I have a question for you guys. As much as we talk about the good old boys club, do you guys realize who has the most voting power in the United States? Which group?
Union.
Union?
Even more than the union.
I don't know.
I think you guys should check the elderly. They
Yeah,
are the most
right.
loyal, they are the most consistent, and they are the most active when it comes to politics. When a politician comes to do like a campaign rally or something like that, they're talking to the community.
Donnie, I gave $19.99. I didn't know that. Thank you so much. I guess we gotta divide it by 5 people. All right. Thank you.
That's a joke.
I'll send y'all your portion, okay? Because this
you can keep my portion.
Yeah, I don't want to get taxed on that, so you just keep it.
Keep it.
You gotta report it.
Email, okay? Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate it. I mean, I'm not coming across like, oh, $20. No, it's not. I didn't notice it, and I just want to let you know I recognize it. I appreciate it. And I am willing to, share with everybody on the panel. It's no problem. That's what I'm saying. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Oh no, all I was saying is the reason we have these good old boys clubs and stuff like that is because their supporters are the most consistent and active.
Is the elderly.
Yes. Right. Yes, the youth, they don't do jack when it comes to elections or campaigning or anything like that. They're nowhere near as active as the elderly are. So why would these politicians even care to address any of our issues?
Right. I bet you this year they will be active. We got more young people out there tearing up stuff. That's the reason why I'm saying to them now, quit tearing up stuff and go to the voting poll.
But if they don't go to the voting poll, then it's all for nothing. Not only that, but it's not even just going to the voting poll. But if they don't even know what they want from these politicians, nothing's going to get done.
Exactly.
It's their choice, Democrat or Republican.
And my question to everybody. This is my question to everybody. Once this thing has settled, the dust has settled. What's gonna happen after that? Are y'all? Is it going back to business as usual, or are they?
It will.
Yes, it will.
I think so too.
I have a prediction.
It will.
They're gonna make some kind of war.
Well,
they're going to
let
come
me
up
put
with
it
some
to you
kind of.
like this: since you said it's gonna be some type of war.
Janine, hold on. Let me finish that one.
Yeah, they're going to have to come up with some kind of external threat. Like, for example, China is probably the most likely. And they're going to have the drums beating for war. That's what's going to help, you could say, drive away the left and get people on the right. That's what they're going to do. And they have
Okay.
everything in place to do it. So
Okay.
Trump already probably got the
Your,
plans in place.
your president right now, back in February, had said that he wanted a war. So
Yeah.
guess what?
This is the
This
time
war
to
has
do it.
already
Now.
started.
Yeah.
No, it's going to settle down, and they're going to make a few reforms that makes everybody happy. But at the end of the day, it's going to go right back to its normal self because it just goes back to people don't take personal responsibility, and people aren't willing to change to be the better person or change
Yeah,
to
they're
do the
going to
right
forget
thing.
all this. They're going to
So
forget all about it. The Black Lives Matter. They're going to forget all the
it's going to go right back to normal. Like I said before, if you're not willing to change your actions and your behavior, you're not going to affect any real change. Yeah,
In
and now
in other words, Roy, everybody's gonna go back to sleep. The veil
yeah,
gonna go back over their eyes.
Now the eyes
pretty
are
much.
still asleep.
Pretty much. Like I said, right now they're tearing shit up for yelling and screaming. And like I said, they're gonna do pass those few reforms to chill everybody out. But at the end of the day, if the people are still out there doing the same stupid shit, like I said, opening your door, saying what the fuck do you want, and fighting with the police and fighting that, it's gonna go right back to the same old thing. So because like I said before, most people, unless it directly affects them, at the end of the day, they don't give a shit. They only care what affects them. And so at the end of the day, yeah, they're going to do what it takes to appease the people now, kind of like politicians do. They just do whatever they need to do to appease the people. And then it just goes right back to its old self again. That's how it's been. That's what happened with Rodney King. Everybody ripped shit up, fought everything, did everything they did. They prosecuted the cops, blah, blah, blah. And guess what? A year later, back to the same old shit. So it's happened time and time again when we've had these issues. And after about 6 months, everybody forgets it. They do whatever they do to appease the people. Everybody forgets it, and it goes back on till the next thing happens. So,
and unfortunately, I have to say that even if they get some legislation passed,
who you thought want to address what May Tampa said exactly because someone has more money, you think they need to give it to you? That's his question.
No, I didn't say that. I said because somebody has money, they should pay to the people who don't have money. So people should never become, without a source of income or some source of money.
Don't they do that in another country where everyone is equal?
I'm not saying everybody be equal.
No, I'm saying there are no homeless people. There are nobody without everybody equal pay and all that kind of stuff. Isn't there a country that's like that? That the rich do give back to help the one.
There is no perfect place in the world. I mean, this place is as good as it gets. I mean, really, this is actually, we got a lot to be thankful for.
Where are you from, Payman, please? Where are you from?
Mars.
You know about green people and purple people. Why are you giving Roy a hard time? Come on.
I like giving him a hard time.
I see.
No,
where are you from?
And I'll give you a perfect example.
I was born in Michigan. I was born in Flint, Michigan.
Oh Lord!
I can tell you all about.
Oh Lord! That water got your head messed up right about now.
I was born in Flint, Michigan.
And
You've been drinking that Flint, Michigan water is the worst water in the United States. So guess what? Your brain is fried, son.
Yeah,
you need to have chick.
You want to change that? Where are you from?
Huh?
Where are you from?
Well, I'm Persian. My heritage is Persian.
Okay. And how long you been over here?
I told you I was born in Michigan. I can tell you all kinds of stuff about what's going on. And yeah, we all see, the injustice in the world. What I'm saying is, from my perspective, all of this is going to go away and they're going to forget about it. Even if they come out with some kind of legislation, it will be ineffective. I have to say I'm a bit pessimistic, but we should be thankful, and on an individual level, be thankful for what we have, take personal responsibility for what we do. Don't do the wrong things. Don't kill cops. Do I have to really say all these things?
So you know the story of Molokai.
Yes, I do.
Okay, so you should be on the same page as he.
Well,
I'll give you an example. Do this next time you have friends on Facebook. How many of you guys have friends on Facebook bitching that they can't pay their bills right now because of this whole disease shit and all that shit? How many of you see those posts on Facebook?
I didn't see
Say
that.
hi.
I haven't seen
how many see what?
How many people have seen posts from their friends on Facebook and other people's posts that they're going broke because of this whole disease thing and they're not being able to pay their bills, so on and so forth? How many have seen that on Facebook?
I haven't seen
Probably
that
everybody, right?
that way. I haven't.
But this will go to show you how lazy people are. They'll post that shit on Facebook, but then ask how many of them have written to their senators or their Congress people to ask them, hey, why are you not helping the American people? Why aren't you helping me? You'll put it on Facebook, but you won't call your senators or your Congress people, say, hey, where's our help as American people when we're going broke? We can't feed our families, but you're getting your paychecks. They'll write all that shit on Facebook, but they don't have the fucking nuts to write their senators and congressmen. That's what shows the laziness of people nowadays. That they don't, that's what it shows. I'll be honest with you. I've sent letters to the congressmen and senators say, hey, we're fucking.
Wait, is he still there?
Yeah, he's still here. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. It's a fight. It's definitely a fight. It's definitely a
People
fight.
are hurting.
Absolute big time. Big time. You might not see it on their face, but because you can't be transparent to everybody because sometimes they take it for weakness.
It's just people are hurting out here, and they rather, and they'll sit there and bitch about it on Facebook, but they won't take the time to write the people that matter.
I agree.
And that's what's fucking sad.
Can I toss something in? I'm not trying to make any excuses or nothing, but do you know how many people don't even know the 3 branches of government, let alone know who their senator is to write them?
No shit, right?
Yeah. So
but
that's the difficulty. A lot of people aren't even educated as to what resources are available.
Break it down, Bricks, just in case somebody see this video and they're learning something from it.
But that's the problem, because they're too busy on Facebook to fucking do some research. It's some basic ass research. When we were kids growing up, we had to do researches on dinosaurs or, shit like that. One thinks now because you're 25 or 30 that you can't do a little research to find out the name of your congressman. It's just laziness. Everybody has become lazy. They want everybody to do it for them. And that's the problem.
And back then, we didn't have computers. We had encyclopedias.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But you know what you guys did have? But you know what you guys did have? Competent teachers, a school system that actually promoted curriculums and education that taught skills, finances, and things that could actually help you build yourself as far as home development and all. Now education is a joke.
Yep, exactly.
Well, you're getting
what's even worse.
Hopefully, you're learning that the government does not have your best interests in mind all the time. In fact,
of course,
what the government is going to try to do is what the only thing they know how to do is to lock people up. That's what they do. Good. That's like
to profit off of them. That's the number one principle, is to profit off of citizens, not to lock them up. That's one aspect. Yeah,
they want to take your money and they want to lock you up. That's.
And what's even sad is because you have such a poor education system, and then they go home to parents that don't even give a shit. they're worried about who they're fucking on Tinder next week. That's what's even worse. At least when we grew up, yeah, we had a good system, but mom and dad were here to whoop your ass when you didn't do your homework, or if you got in trouble in school, you learned about it. You know, you got your ass whooped, or you had to do your homework. Nowadays, kids don't even give a shit if they do homework.
Like but you know why? But you know why?
Half the parents don't even know where their kids are. So, you know,
well, keep in mind, a lot of children are growing up in more broken homes today than before.
I agree.
Because society has enacted so many laws that pretty much diminish the significance of a family and a household. It's all about individuality now. If you really think about it, society is going towards individuality. It's about protecting your own personal interest. And when I say personal interest, I mean just you.
Yep.
Not your wife or husband. Not that, just you. Because there are provisions. The moment you get married, you know what options you have if it fails.
Come on now.
But that wasn't the mentality before. So that's why a lot of these households, like children, aren't being raised by their parents. And these schools are pseudo parents. You know, they're pseudo parenting these kids. But we already know the school system's broken.
Yeah.
Because they're too busy trying to chase federal and state grants based off of, you know, these standardized testing and everything that determines how much money is being allocated to each school. So that's what I'm saying is it's a bigger thing that's happened across society. This ain't a black, white issue or anything like that. This is an American issue.
Well, it's a society's issue. And until society gets out of that mindset, it's all about me, and we start coming together as a community again, like back in the days, nothing's changing.
Okay,
that's the sad part.
Hold on. Josh, NC78 gave us $2, and he says split this between everyone, shall. So we get money, guys. So that's
and what's worse now?
$21.99.
And what's worse now is
okay, go ahead.
Not even though you not have us working as a society, and you have made it society as all about being individuals. Now you're adding the race issue into it. Now you're even dividing us even more by being black and being white and this and that. And it's like they purposely do this shit, and people don't, like I said, don't have the mindset to get past that shit because it's constantly fed to them. People aren't willing to do their research. Everybody in this panel has done their research and have life experience in what the fuck is really going on. That's what makes this panel so good, in my opinion, is we've all been there. We've all done that. We all do our research. You're not coming at a bunch of people that don't have the ability to look at things from both directions, from both ways.
Exactly.
And because too many people, they're too willing to take the first thing they read off Facebook as the truth, or nothing's going to change. That's the sad part.
Now, I have a question too. This is one question I have never heard nobody say, and I've asked it to a friend of mine a couple of days ago. And he's a big Trump supporter. I'm not. Why have not anybody asked this question? Why has Trump stirred up the hornet's nest when it was asleep for years?
Yeah, he did it on purpose.
Exactly. Let me tell you something. Me being as old as I am, I'm going to tell y'all something that y'all might not know, y'all young folk. The Klan been asleep for a long time. They haven't been out in white hoods in decades, but they were just walking around in suits and ties, okay? With that being said, with the gun laws and everything coming out, and with the riots the way that they are, it's not the young people doing it. It's the unnamed is doing it.
Yeah.
Nobody has sat back and really looked at, analyzed the whole situation.
Absolutely.
Everybody is so in sleep. Everybody is so asleep at the moment. You don't see what's really happening around you.
Yeah, no, we know. We have a hunch that there's a lot more to this than meets the eye. And
you can't have no front. You gotta know within your gut what's going on.
Well,
because
we don't
I'm from
have
the
all
old
proof,
school.
but we can say we have a lot of proof. And we know there's a big game going on, and there's a lot of players, and the game is for world domination, and everybody wants to win. So
first of all, your man want to be a
pawns in the game, you know.
In other words, Trump want to be a dictator so bad.
Hold on, hold that thought, please. Uber and Tampa saying, let me say this: if Trump wins or Biden wins, all blank is going to break loose. We're in trouble, guys. What are we going?
Yep.
What are we going to do?
We're not going to do nothing because people already show that they're so complacent and happy with the little basic shit they get in life. They're not willing to change anything. So nothing ain't going to know hell. Ain't hell of nothing going to break loose because people are fucking lazy. They're complacent. They're happy with having their little paychecks every week. They don't even go out and vote for these two guys, let alone fucking gonna raise hell if one or the other loses. Right. So my personal opinion,
I'm good. It's me and mine. Yeah.
Exactly. Everybody cares about one thing only, and that's themselves.
Yeah.
So I don't see anything breaking loose, to be honest with you. And with the whole thing about Trump stirring up the hornet's nest, I think it was a good thing because he woke up a lot of people that were stuck in that complacency, and a lot of people since he's been president have opened their eyes to look at things a little bit differently and stop being so complacent. You know, a lot of people didn't even know shit about government until Donald Trump got into government. Nobody really knew jack shit about it. So, you know, let's be honest.
Mainly what I was talking about was white supremacy is what I was saying.
Yeah, they're always gonna be around.
Yeah.
They're always gonna be around. Doesn't matter.
Well, I want to get back to what Bricks was talking about before about the education and the state's responsibility in the game when it comes to education. Understand that when they took over the education system, their only real requirement was to teach the kids how to read and write and to do some mathematics, to learn some basic science skills, so to learn how to think correctly. Beyond that, they weren't really required to teach people, you know, what to read or what to write. And some of that stuff was lost when people stopped going to church and, you know, reading the Bible and, you know, on a regular basis. And so a lot of the morality was not taught in school. And what happened was the state being, you know, self-interested like everybody else. I'm not against the state, but they taught people to rely on the state. So what you end up with is you have, like you're saying, welfare programs, unemployment programs, you know, all these other programs that don't foster independent means of income. This was kind of the whole idea behind rideshare. Of course, the implementation leaves a lot to be desired, but the idea was that we could have independent means of earning a living. So we're not beholden to all this stuff going on. My hope is that the kids will, you know, you can take involved in politics all you want, but if you want to really affect change, you've got to take care of you and your own. You got to take care of your own family, your own kids. Make sure you keep them right.
Because for one thing, your kids, your family has to go outside your door.
Yeah.
And you're going to be affected. If you don't make a change, you're still going to be affected. If you got to go outside your door for anything.
I'm saying they can do a lot on a personal level, is my point. On a personal level, you can affect a lot of change.
Right, individually, yes.
And that's good. If it's done collectively, then, you know, everybody changes.
What happened to strength in numbers then?
What happened to what? I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Strength in numbers.
What happened to strength in numbers?
No, the only way things really get enacted is when it's done communally. Because I mean, think about it. It's not even human nature to even go through life by yourself. Think about it. Would you rather be in a jungle by yourself and in a jungle with 10 other people?
No, God didn't make it
It's
like
essential.
that.
It's essential to survival.
If I
But
see
it's
the
essential
trees
to
as
survival.
friends, then I'm okay. But if I see the friends as a threat, then I might want friends. It depends on my mindset. But before you get to the mindset here, go down and say, why do they, meaning probably most black people, have to go get tennis shoes? Please tell me that. Okay, go down and get a video. And people got this check. They were actually standing in line for tennis shoes. There is something about that, Donnie, that I don't know as a black person, but
it's not just a black thing. But see, that's the thing.
Exactly.
Consumerism is not just a black thing. Think about all the people who stand in line for Xboxes and PlayStations and stand in line for the newest iPhone. It's the same thing.
That's cool. But now it's an old saying, excuse me, guys. It's an old saying how something about if you look at the quality of man's shoe.
It just goes back to what I've been saying this whole time. You're stereotyping black people thinking they only want to steal tennis shoes. I've seen black people stealing. I've seen black people stealing TVs. I saw white people stealing tennis shoes. I seen white people stealing TVs. I seen Mexican people stealing shoes. They were all out there stealing shoes. It was the people looting, not just one specific race. So to sit there and say they always go for the tennis shoes. That goes back to stereotyping.
Black people. I'm sorry. He was wondering why people went and bought. Wait a minute. Hold on. Let me see. And
because on the black market, you can sell tennis shoes.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Is he saying
Roy's right.
The riot, or are you saying what they did with the stimulus check? Because I do know you did a video, and there
I'm talking about
in line.
I'm talking to rioting. It was people looting, people rioting. It wasn't just one race.
Yeah.
So,
and then, I don't know if you guys saw Jermaine Ellis' video in San Francisco. He was in the midst of the live. And there was this one guy, it was a black guy, told this black lady, you better put something in your hand. And she's like, I can't get nothing. It was as if there was a group that came together and said, look, we're all going in coming out with something. She didn't have something. The way the man said it to her was like, like you don't grab something, we're gonna give you a beat down. That's how I saw it. So it's a lot with everything. When it comes to black folks, we are so different amongst one another. Just because you see a couple black people doing stuff, that don't mean every black person feel and say the same thing. I just think people need to open a dialogue and start talking. Ask those questions to that black person. Now keep in mind, you might get choice words, you might get, I don't know. But one black person can't answer for all black people. It's just not, we're still individual people as all races are.
Yeah, I saw the riots I saw weren't just black people, they were all people. So it didn't matter what color they were all rioting and looting, and so I don't look at it as a black or white thing. It was stupid ass people thing. Is at the end of the day. You know.
And this behavior is only going to end up hurting them. This is not going to help them. It's not going to benefit them at all.
Absolutely.
No gain will become from this.
Not at all. Not at all.
No, because at the end of the day, when they're stealing tennis shoes or whatever, if you're still in the wrong size, it doesn't help you at the end of the day anyway.
That's what I mean. If you don't know the difference between right and wrong, then you're going to come out here and you're going to think, oh, it's a great idea to steal shoes. I mean, these people need to be, I don't know. There's nothing we can do about it at this point.
Yeah. And like I said, if you ain't still in the right size, it ain't do you no good anyway.
Go Donnie said, dust will never settle. You'll always be putting people in the ground.
Okay, so what's about the disease? Let's move on to the disease.
All right. Okay. Let me see if I get everybody. Yeah, we're going. Okay. Yeah, we're going to. Yeah, we're going to some kind of war with somebody always there. Wars right now we don't even know about. Okay. I want to acknowledge the people comments, and then from this, I'm gonna end this, and then we can go to the COVID. All right, everything went good in Oklahoma tonight, and watching it on 5 devices, of course. No riots. Everybody got along. Shocking. Oklahoma, wasn't this the for Trump? Is that where they were in Oklahoma?
Yeah, Trump was in Tulsa.
Yeah,
Oh,
he was in Tulsa.
okay. Roxy said yes. Some of the, I don't know, that's too big for me, countries really support their citizens. Scandinavia. Okay, see, I knew it. Right, so that's the country I was talking about. Yeah, see? Scandinavia countries really support their citizens. Well, there you go. All right, Josh.
Yeah.
Everybody to know he donated the $2. So everybody say thank you, Josh.
Thanks, Josh.
Everybody,
Thank you.
everybody say thank you. Okay.
Thanks a lot, Josh.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. Payment, you said thank you?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
I said thank you.
All right. That's awesome. All right, so we're going to move on. Okay. Older said 4 cops.
I heard the bricks. I saw that.
Not guilty, and others couldn't come up with a verdict.
What did I do?
Something. Cops don't kill citizens. Okay. I think someone. Oh, okay. Probably is the problem is there's too many issues happening in the same quadrant. Okay. Right. Gwen, are you sick? Be a bunch of lazy people. Okay, good, Donnie. Gwen said,
I tell you, man,
don't be on Facebook.
that man Donnie speaks in hieroglyphics, man. You gotta have a secret decoder ring.
I see.
Sometimes when that man
He's
talks.
pretty good with that.
Come on, man.
Yes, indeed. Sippin' said facts, Briggs.
Gotta have your fucking secret decoder ring for your Cracker Jacks.
Hey, Autumn Goosey, how are you?
Hello, beautiful.
Nice. Have you received my email yet, Shell? I've been trying to reach you. Oh, yeah. Okay, guys. Autumn Goosey is going through some hardship. Do you want me to share it on here, Autumn Goosey? And she's in need of financial help.
Financial help.
Based upon, did your kids get something to eat? Because it's been a while since I've heard from you, and I did get your email. It's just hard for me to believe that you're having this issue. I would think there's help out there, especially when you have a child. I would think there would be food stamps or even money that would be given to you in reference to the situation. So, I mean, I wish I could, but I don't have it to help with that.
Wherever she lives, tell her to go to her local government and her local food pantry. They are helping all over the United States.
Okay. All right. Well, hopefully that'll help you out there.
Here in Vegas, we have very good Catholic charities. They run the mission and they run the food banks. Many of the food banks are run by them.
Okay. Well, let's just say if so many millions of people were not out of work right now, would they be having this protest? That's a good point because they'd be working, right? Well,
yeah.
Else to do.
But see, my question is why the government had to do this reset? What was the purpose of doing this reset?
Doug Road Run gave us $5, guys. Y'all gotta keep up with the money so we can divide it. Just give me your cash app. I'll make sure you get it. or we can just give it to Roy. Everybody agree with that? Let's just give it to Roy.
Roy?
Why?
Just make
you
sure.
in need, son?
So you looking
well, my issue goes to what our next subject is, which is the disease thing. Because now I'm unable to work because of the disease
let's talk
situation.
about the disease.
Mm-hmm. All right, I just wanted to acknowledge people taking the time to put the information in the chat. So, guys, bear with me here. Okay, thank you. I like to acknowledge the viewers because they're, you know what I mean. So I want to do this. Thank you. Okay. Oh my goodness, everyone got along shocking. Okay. It's the driver sensei. He is cute as a button. Let me tell you something. I will scoop him up. No, I won't. The driver sensei, don't get me started.
I think Driver Sensei is doing cocaine or something, man. That guy's off the hook.
Aren't you? Oh, aren't you? Yes. Is it because he's black?
No, he's just got so much energy.
I know, but why it has to be cocaine? Why can't it be anything?
It's got to be something. I don't know. He's on something.
No, if that's the case, I have a natural high and you will never understand. And I've never done drugs. I never smoked a cigarette and I never took a drink. So I'm on a natural high.
That's
So there's nothing wrong with that.
I'm passing out food. Okay, wait a minute. Here in our hometown today, passing out food. And talk to one of our queens. Is he talking about the black woman? That's awesome. Like it's one of his baby mamas. Wow. But get feelings hurt from cops. Oh. We have to stay tuned. I'm quite sure he's going to talk about it. All right. Okay, hold on. I'm trying to. 50,000 a piece. What's 50,000 a piece? Oh, every one of us? Nah.
That's how much it is. I've been keeping tally of it. I'm just letting you know.
Oh, it's 50,000 we got for it?
Yeah, man.
I may not be able to read everybody. I want to go through and show what you wrote. Okay, guys. A little over 5 a piece. That's my girl sipping.
All right, sipping. Keep up with it. She's a secretary.
Yeah.
And the treasurer.
I declare. Melissa said you can have a barbecue. Okay. Let's see here. It jumps. I'm missing something here. So bear with me. I just want to put it all on the screen so when someone actually see it, they can see what you guys wrote as well. Okay, here's a message with the donation.
That road run? Go ahead, dude.
Send this top is very important.
Thank you.
Run.
That's cool.
Thank you. I hadn't talked to him in a long time.
Joe is a good guy. He really is. All right, let me go down. I got Omar. I got Roxton. Okay. Expand. Somebody said something. Expand.
Holy Ghost. It's after midnight.
Expanding my knowledge on this topic. Isn't that something? Wow. Go buy a ton of tennis shoes with it.
I think you got enough to go buy a bunch of socks with it.
I declare. He's 1 out from the day, 2 exercise sessions. Oh my gosh. Wow, he burnt himself out. That's awesome. He's gonna sleep very well. All right, we're almost at the last one here. Okay. Natural high, that's right. High energy people. Oh, Rox, Lisa said, Rox, you're not mad at me, I hope. Oh, I'm not mad at you. I don't think nobody here is mad at you. We just basically wanted to understand it. So everything's good. Okay, so that's the last one. So now we're moving on to COVID. We're gonna let Roy start us out because it's personal for him. All right, you got.
What about me? Oh, you said, do you think it's fake or? I don't think it's fake. I'm affected by it because somebody at my work tested positive. So now I'm on a 10-day vacation because they tested positive. So that has directly affected me because then I lose quite a bit of money because I can't work. And I lost both jobs right now because of that, not just one.
Did you file for unemployment?
You can't file for unemployment because I get my basic ass paycheck, which is my hourly rate, which is like $8 an hour. So I'm unable to file for unemployment.
Oh, wow.
But, I work for tips. So my main main income is my tip money because I deliver Domino's and stuff of that nature.
Well, they say even if you working part-time, you can get unemployment, the disaster unemployment.
Yeah, but by the time we're already, there are people 5 weeks behind on their unemployment that haven't even got their unemployment since this whole thing started. Here is just horrible. To get unemployment here, it took my son 6 weeks to get his unemployment. That's how long it's taken to get.
I filed for mine back in March, and like the first week the latter week in April, I had got it.
Yeah, my son took almost.
He said, "So we all can buy tennis shoes and riot like we're supposed to."
But is it a fake disease? Is it a fake disease? No, I don't think it's fake disease. It's been blown out of proportion.
No, this is a big old plague. That's what it is.
I think it's still, you know, and what people need to understand is it's a new disease. It's like anything new. It's got to run its course through society. And I don't know where we got this idea that people think that when a disease comes out, nobody should die. Throughout history, you can go thousands, hundreds, or thousands a year. Anytime there's a new disease, people are going to die. Lots of people are going to die from it. And it just goes back to people's reality, checking reality. That I don't know why people think that, okay, you have a new disease that people are going to die from. That's just normal. And when it boils down to it, the disease is only going to affect you the way your body allows it to affect you. All of our immune systems are different. We all react to diseases differently, and people need to understand that. So, you know, people losing their shit over whatever the case may be. It's like people that have herpes. You have people that have herpes that never have a breakout their whole life, and then you have people with herpes that have a breakout every week. It's just how your body's going to react to the disease. And for everybody living in fear and having to sanitize themselves like 45 times a day or wearing the fucking panties on their face, you know, so many people have let their rights be deteriorated over a little bit of a fear of a disease. You can walk out your door tomorrow, get hit by a bus.
You need to worry about rights. You need to worry about getting another job, dude.
You know, there's all kinds of things that can kill you every day that you didn't give a fucking thought to, but yet the government says, "Oh my God, there's a disease. You can't work no more. You're broke. We ain't gonna help you," and everybody is fine with that. That's fucking retarded. So I hope people realize that, you know, you got to live your life. You got to go out there and do it.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm waiting on my test results too. I got Sunday or Monday to get my test results.
Tested? Did you get tested?
That's your old dirty dasher.
Hey, Roy, did they make you test?
Yeah, he did.
Say what?
Did they make you get tested?
No, they didn't offer testing or anything. I went down and got tested for myself because my mom is handicapped and she has breathing issues. So to make sure my mom is safe and make sure my son's good, I went and got tested for myself. And I'm hoping that if I come back negative, they'll be able to let me go back to work.
So you did get tested?
Yeah, I did get tested. Yeah.
Who did the testing?
I went to the UMC one. I went to the UMC one at the college.
Yeah. No, testing is going to be a big deal. They're going to be testing everybody. I mean, constantly. I think it's going to become a permanent thing.
Well, it has to be a permanent thing until it runs through the whole society. It has to be. Because until you get a herd immunity or everybody in the world has at least caught it once, you're going to have to test for it on a regular basis.
To get into the swap meet, you got to they take your temperature just to get into the swap meet right now.
Oh, yeah. Well, I get my temperature taken every day at work to make sure I'm not sick. Good. Everything.
Hey. Well, this is a new thing, guys. We're all just going to be in the testing.
But people just need to realize that, you know, you don't have to stop your life 110% for a fear of a disease when, you know, there's a chance you may die, there's a chance you don't die. It's just, You know, like I haven't bothered to wear a mask.
I applied at Quest Diagnostics.
Masks?
No, I haven't been wearing a mask. No,
Why not?
because I don't like it. Number one.
Oh,
Number two.
You did.
Number two, I had my health issues.
That says you gotta do things, make a change.
When I was living in my car, I ended up having blood clots in my lungs.
I remember you.
So my breathing was affected by that. And so it's just to me, I don't live my life in fear like that. Like I said,
is it fear? It's just concern. It's just being careful for you and others.
He has real health issues. You know, he's got.
I've watched Roy for a while. I know.
But I don't live my life in a fear.
He is drinking small bottles. Yeah.
I just don't live my life in fear. That's all. And you know, and I already realized that I'm not fucking immortal. None of us are immortal. And I realized that one day it's gonna be, you know, it's gonna be the end of days. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna lose your life. I understand that, whether it be disease, ran over by a bus, killed in a car accident. I've accepted death, and I think that's a problem with a lot of people nowadays. Is they haven't accepted death. They're so scared to die that they're willing to just give up their life. They're willing to give up their freedom.
Yeah, it's part of life, you know, where people are going to die. You know, I mean, it's a tragedy, and anytime that anybody dies, we should be mournful, of course. But the reality is, people are going to die for all sorts of things.
Yeah.
Life is a part of death. Death is.
Yeah, but still at the same time, it's important to sustain life. I mean, especially when I'm just speaking for myself. I'm being precautious. Well, one, as a courtesy to everyone else in society, but secondly, because I have children. So, you know, I can't walk around with that same mentality or have that same, I guess you could say, lack of awareness. I don't want to even say awareness because that's not really what I'm saying, but
man, you know, it's funny with that mask.
Oh yeah,
to me, it's not that I'm very aware of the situation, and it's not like a lack of awareness. I just live my life by a different set of rules, and like I said, I've had a deadly flesh-eating bacteria that almost took my life. So I've been at that edge. I just got done with 4 blood clots being in my lungs, which almost took me out while I was delivering. So I've been there, and I'm just not going to let a disease keep me from keeping what rest of my life I have, fun. And don't get me wrong, I don't put nobody down for what they think or what they do. If you want to wear a mask, wear a mask. I'm all for it. I'm not going to put you down for wearing a mask. I'm not going to put you down for sanitizing yourself. Those are your choices. But when people think because I choose the way I do that I'm not thoughtful of other people, or no, I choose to live my life as a free guy, as a free person. And I've always done that well. Like I drive my motorcycle 120 miles on the fucking freeway. I just live my life like that. I know that one day it's going to be the end.
I'm going to get you, Roy. I'm going to get you. You need to stop talking like that. Stop it, man.
So,
I'm going to get you, man.
No, I've accepted death. I've accepted death. I know it's going to happen. And like I said, and I think that's a lot of people's problem. They're scared of death. And then once you realize that death is a part of life, it's going to happen. I think a lot of people will change the way they think. But as of now, so many people are afraid of dying that they're willing to give up a lot because of that fear. And I think as a society, we haven't taught people that death isn't a bad thing. A lot of people look at death as, ooh, it's a horrible thing. No, it's not a horrible thing.
Death.
It's a part of life,
It is, but you know what? We don't want to force it.
No, you don't not force it. You don't want to rush it.
But see, you're not forcing it. That's the thing. You're not forcing it. You have no choice in the matter. You're walking around with the
We can force it. We can. Well, maybe I should say force.
Yeah, well,
we can make it
within your control. There's some things you can do.
Yeah.
That's
yeah.
When the doctor is saying this is causing this and that, and this is something that either we're addicted to or choose to do, then we are speeding up and shortening our lives. And that's a known fact. That's just like with me. Thank God I don't have high blood pressure or high cholesterol or diabetes. And how do I know this? Because I get tested. But to look at me and the race that I am, you would think I would have these issues, but I don't. But I know I can stand to lose a lot of weight. Absolutely. I'm hoping it won't take me to get sick to lose this weight. I need to use my common sense.
Yeah, you look beautiful. You're a beautiful lady.
I didn't say I wasn't beautiful. I'm beautiful if I'm juicy, or I don't want to be skinny because I never was really skinny.
But see, that's the thing. You really have no choice. Let's take me for example.
Okay.
I had no choice. When I caught a life-threatening flesh-eating bacteria. I had no choice in that matter. It came. I almost died from it. Luckily, I didn't. But you don't have that choice. Death is going to come when it comes, and it's right around the corner. And people need to know that. We do rideshare. Any customer that you ever picked up could have killed you.
Yes.
You could have gotten a horrific accident just by doing your job.
I don't think this has been really a rideshare discussion. I think this has been more we're talking about.
No. He was
I'm just using an example.
Right.
I'm just using it as an example.
All different situations where death is around the corner.
But that's what I think. So many people.
Everybody, of course, it's true for everybody.
Yeah.
I just think so many people are afraid of death that they're willing to make shit up just to make themselves feel better. You got people talking about, oh, it's not a real disease. It's like the flu. Those are excuses to me because you don't want to accept the fact that it's a real disease and it may take your life because they haven't bothered to accept death. That is my opinion. Once again, all this is my opinion. But when people realize that death is an inevitability, I can't even say the fucking word. Yeah, that you're not going to be so afraid of stuff like this. I know. I know what
you're saying, and I think you're absolutely right. A lot of people aren't ready to hear these things. Like they're really just not, there, and that's why they would think a lot of people would consider what you're saying radical. Where I totally get what you're saying, man. I don't think it's radical at all. It's science. It's reality. It's the reality of the condition of a human being that they live a mortal life.
Right. Exactly. It's a part of life. But I say live it to the best that you can, with concern, and love those who are around you. Show them and let them know how much you love them. Because once you're gone, they may never know. You know what I mean? So it's very important to let those who you love.
Right, exactly.
And really appreciate the time that we all have, because we don't know. This could be the last day that you guys see me. But
this could be the last day for all of us, right? Today, this is it. We'll never.
I think those who come across this video.
Yeah, that's how you got to live. That's how you got to live.
I love everybody. And I just want everybody to know that. You know what I mean? Because sometimes we can be in a certain space in life and we are upset with one another or angry with each other or whatever the situation is. And that very same night could be the very night that we no longer see one another again. So I always, in my mother,
beautiful words
this way, because of the Bible, it says, like what's something about midnight? In other words, don't go to bed angry. It's for husband and wives too, but I see it for all people. If you can resolve it, talk it out, and part ways in peace, that's what I'm about. We don't have to agree on everything, but we can part away in peace. And that's one thing I always like people to know. I love you if I never ever meet you a day in my life. And when I say I love you, meaning I don't have no hurt or no harm in my heart for you. I don't want anything bad to happen to you, nothing like that. That's what I mean when I say I love you. So nobody go and say, oh, she said she loved me.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more.
I ain't say that. Yeah. All right, Travis and Say said, but people put it.
We love you too.
Thank you so much. Their lives because they are afraid of airplanes. Very true. Reaching 50 years old and saying, one day I'm going to get a passport. Stop it. You're talking about me, but leave me alone. I'm not 50 yet. I'm just about 35. Life is limited by one's inability to live.
So you got to get on the flight, Shell.
I know, man.
It's time for us to fly to Vegas, the Vegas trip.
Wait a minute.
Well, wait a minute. Gwen don't want to fly either. Jeremy's not flying.
I ain't flying nobody.
I don't care. All y'all flying.
She's not flying either. So
I ain't flying for nobody. Long as
I'ma
the
hit
four
each and
wheels
every-
on the ground, I'm good.
Let me just tell you something. I'm gonna hit each and every one of you with some chloroform, and you're gonna wake up in Vegas. I don't care what y'all saying.
You gonna have look, Philly. You gonna have to come find me in my 18-wheeler. Ha!
Oh, that's fine. I'll find you. I'll find you.
Sippen's husband Dave said, if the Lord God calls you home, no masks will save your life. That is
That's a good point.
very good, Dave. Very good. I knew you had it in you, man. I knew that.
That's true.
Oh my gosh.
When it's your time to go, it's your time to go.
We go to Vegas, we're going to get payment to take us around. And then Roy going to show us the sites.
Oh, I already know all the spots to hit.
I'll show you there's more to Vegas than what you heard about.
I don't want to know.
It's a beautiful place. There's a lot of gambling. Prostitution is
illegal.
That's what that's one of the main things people talk about Vegas.
Great.
And I hear people go to Vegas and disappear.
People don't know Vegas. That's what I'm saying. They don't even know Vegas.
They get lost in the desert. You find heads in the desert.
Exactly.
No, I go razor
Vegas
riding
and
in
don't
the
come
desert.
back. Hey.
That's fun. Go razor riding in the desert and go zip lining in Red Canyon if you can.
Well, I don't know where the bodies are buried, so I can't help you with that.
In other words, that means he's responsible for all of it.
People in respiratory rarely come out alive. Oh, okay. This is to prevent that. Got you. Yes, I understand. I'm going to get me a prostitute.
That had to have been Dave. That had to have been Dave.
Get me a prostitute. Ooh,
that was definitely Dave.
That was Dave.
That ain't sipping.
That's not sipping.
That is not sipping. That's Dave.
I might interview one. Maybe, see how life is as a prostitute. People stay in their hometowns and disappear as well. Wow. People also vacation in Mongolia and actually live life. Okay, I don't know much about
Hey, Shell, I'm really enjoying the conversation, but I got to get going.
Okay, you're not a prisoner payment.
Yeah, so hopefully we can do it again. I mean, I'm enjoying I want to talk more about COVID-19.
Okay.
There's a lot more to talk about there, I tell you.
Yeah, there is, absolutely.
But
you gotta go.
These whole mask things, mask, no mask. Yeah, I gotta go pick someone up.
Okay, be safe out there. We'll see you.
All right. I'll see you later.
All right,
stopping by.
Have a good one.
That was awesome. Too bad I can't get Lisa on here. That would be nice. Okay, but now what else? LD, what is that? I'm not sure.
I don't even know what that is either.
Okay. He's yelling because he didn't do it. He didn't do that. I know
Dave did it. Dave did it.
Dave, sorry, buddy. We know.
Don't take the fall for him.
Sounds like Dave. Exactly. Oops. Hey, Brian, Share, Lisa, do you want to come on? It's up to you. I mean, I have a slot. Or Old Dirty Dasher, you want to come on? Japan shut it down earlier. And most Asian countries use masks all the time. Oh, yeah, and they didn't have as many as the U.S. Interesting. Well, I don't think it's a hoax. I know friends who have family members who have died from it. I have a family member who is positive, but she's asymptomatic. The nurses where she worked, all of them are positive. Oh, you're in bed? Oh, what time is it?
It's almost 1 o'clock here.
Rashi Lisa said, now, what time will your live be? How long will it last? I don't know. I don't have a particular time. And I thought StreamYards, they only give us 4 minutes, but we went a little bit over, so I don't know how that works. But, yeah. Oh, maybe the next time, Rashi Lisa. Maybe the next time, okay? I will admit it. I said it. Sippin said it, guys, not Dave, as a joke. But this turned way better than I thought. Oh my gosh.
Sippin!
We put Dave under the bus big time.
Sippin!
Oh my God.
Shame on you.
Wow. I know Dave is like, I know. We still don't believe Sippin, okay? Old Dirty Dasher said, most Asian countries always think about the entire.
Yeah, but when you say things like that, they're raised in different cultures. All cultures are different. We as Americans, we as Americans have been raised to be free people and do as we please.
Yeah.
China and all those other countries like that, they've been raised as communal, they're communist. They've been raised communal like that. So, so that's the difference between different countries is, we're all raised different. We fought to be free. That's why everybody has these, I love guns so much. It's because it's been part of our history. And our history is all based off being free. And all these other countries, they're not free. They've been raised to do as they're told. And so that's why they do the things.
Yeah.
And that's why they do the things they do. So, but to sit there and force people to wear a mask when you don't even know if a mask works or not, you get conflicting stories. First they work, first they don't. Now they work, now they don't. You got doctors and nurses that wear masks every day, constantly, still coming up sick, dying, and they got the best equipment out there. So you're gonna have people that are skeptical, and then you got people that just don't give a shit and they're gonna do what they want, and then you got people. It all just boils down to respecting people's choice as humans to do as they please. If you want to wear a mask, I don't care. Wear a mask. You want to sanitize yourself? Sanitize yourself. I don't care. I'm not going to make fun of anybody because it's being respectful of another human's rights, and that's what it boils down to. And you shouldn't put people down for not wearing a mask, just like I shouldn't put you down for wearing a mask.
Yeah, I just have my mask on around people who don't have it,
If you respect other people and their rights to do as they please, which we all should, then just let people do what they want to do and leave it at that. As long as it's not affecting your life personally, then it's at the end of the day, does it really matter if it's not affecting your life personally? No.
Right. I'm listening. I'm just seeing the things on the chat too. Yeah. Old Dirty Dash said having to wait for haircuts and get nails done is not a sacrifice. I declare. Swear it's now. I approve that one comment about God. Okay. All right.
Well, the whole thing with haircuts and fingernails and all that, if we haven't turned into a society which only cares about the way people look all the time instead of the true character of a person, people wouldn't be losing their shit over nails and haircuts. But because we have become this materialistic, it's all about the way I look society nowadays, people are losing their shit over stupid shit like haircuts and nails.
Roy, they did say here in New York that social distancing and wearing a mask does help, at least in New York.
Well, they're gonna tell you whatever you want to hear, Lisa, because that's the way they control people. Is by telling you what you want to hear. That's why so many people have done what they've done with the mask, because they say, "Oh, it works," so everybody put one on. But yet, those same people that are putting them on are getting sick. Then you got a government official telling you to wear a mask on TV, and they're not even wearing a mask. So they're not even setting the example. So if it's good enough,
standard.
yeah. So if it's not mandatory, he wears one. how the fuck can he say it's mandatory for you to wear one? That's being a hypocrite. That being a hypocrite, and that shows that they're just trying to control you.
Yep. Like a puppet on a string.
Exactly.
I can't even wear them things because I'm claustrophobic. No.
Well, not only that, you're breathing your own funky air. Your body is made to expel that shit for a reason. You don't want to keep fucking breathing the same shit in.
You breathing in carbon monoxide, whether you know it or not, because you're poisoning yourself.
Wait a minute, what? No, it's a filter. It's they're telling us, cotton cloth. So that's as a filter. Yes, you do have to wash it every day. But the N95 I think it's a 5-layer. Is it 3-layer? 5-layer mask that filters your breath. So what comes out of your mouth does not come back to you.
Well, that's if you wear one of those, but most people don't wear those because one, they are expensive. Two, they're for a while you can't even get them, and to this day, it's hard to find them.
Exactly.
And when it comes down to the whole mask thing, at the end of the day, there's that old saying that's been going around: if a fart can make it through your underwear, your jeans, everything else, your seat of your car, what makes you think that little mask is going to stop it? At the end of the day, when you think about it,
Yeah, but I tell you, like, take a puff of your cigarette, put the mask on, breathe it out, see if it comes out the other side. There we go. It's like Dustin. He has the one with the 2 filters on the side. Lisa said her hair is everywhere. She needed her haircut desperately. Lisa, you have a lot of hair. That's really nice. You can sell it. If you do get your hair cut, give it to one of the cancer wards. They can make a wig out of it. I had some hair that I did not. This white guy gave me his ponytail. He cut it and gave it to me. It was brown hair, and I donated it for a wig. He wanted me to have his hair, so yeah.
But at the end of the day, the best thing about it is just take the precautions you need to keep yourself and your family safe, and hope for the best. That's all you can do right now. It's an invisible bullet. You don't know who's carrying the gun, and that's what it boils down to right now. It's just so all you can do is take precautions that you feel are necessary for yourself and your family, and hope for the best. That's all you can do. But as far as it being a hoax, I think once again that's just people making excuses because they're unwilling to do the research and they're unwilling to accept the fact that shit's out there and they can't control it. It's a disease they can't control and they're scared of it. So let's make it a hoax. Let's make it a government conspiracy. That's what that shit boils down to. And any of these people that think it's fake, I challenge them to go to the hospital in the COVID wards where these people are dying and very sick. Go in there with no equipment on. Clean the rooms for free. Show us how fake it is. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Sipping is saying an N95 mask keeps chemical, etc., from coming in, but the filter puts out everything you breathe out into the air. So you're telling me what they're saying, N95 is the best, is not the best because what we are breathing out actually comes through it?
Yeah, see, N95 masks were primarily made to protect from, it was used a lot in construction to protect from silica dust because that was leading to a lot of complications. So it's good in the sense of it protects you, but like you said, it doesn't protect everybody else from you if you have it. So yeah.
So if I'm infected and I'm breathing out,
yeah, you're still spreading it.
Wow.
Because remember, back when they first started talking about the N95 mask, they were thinking more so in a protective manner. Right. They weren't even really sure how it was being spread, how it could linger, and all that other stuff.
Right.
So they were looking at it from more of a precautionary sense. But yeah, it's not effective in the sense of preventing you from dispelling that out into the atmosphere.
And that makes sense because these individuals worked in the medical field and they had the N95. So there you go. Interesting.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, and like sipping on fire test. You don't even know if you have it. It takes 10 to 14 days just to show symptoms. And then, even then, you might not even show any symptoms and be perfectly fine and been giving the funk to everybody the whole time. So, like I said, it's just an invisible bullet that you don't know who's carrying the gun at the end of the day. And all you can do is take the precautions for you and your family and hope for the best until everybody has had the immunity to it, or until everybody has, at least it's had its rounds through the whole society. And, you can't really do much more than that at the end of the day,
Yeah, you're right. Anita's not asleep, guys.
But
I got you.
I'm going to bed, y'all.
All right, that was that good sleep. We're going to shut her down. That was that good sleep. All right, now I'll be talking to you. Get some rest.
Right.
All right, now take care.
Bye.
All right, Janine.
All right, Janine, have a good one. Thank you.
You wrong for that, Shell. Because I looked up there and I was like, is Janine falling asleep? I was like, get her off the screen.
She looked so comfortable. It's like I had to. She was having it was like that was that good sleep.
Yeah, we've been on here for a while, so I'm gonna probably head out here too.
Oh yeah, it is we've been on for 4 hours and 15 minutes.
Oh, and they still got us. Okay, all right, guys. Love yourself, know yourself, be yourself, change yourself to improve yourself. And those who were watching, Roy, check him out. No Crybaby Lifestyle. So, have you received my email yet?
You just addressed that, didn't you?
I think I did.
Yeah, don't even bother addressing no more.
Okay. All right, I'll see what I can do. I'll check it when I can. It's late now. Maybe I'll check it. Well, it is tomorrow. Check it later on. Okay. Awesome. All right, everybody.
All right, it was nice. It was nice talking to everybody, and I appreciate everybody's point of view. And I think we had a very good discussion. It's a very cool show. I appreciate it. I appreciate you having me on here. So
absolutely, it won't be your last time. Just know that, okay?
Yeah, I really appreciate the discussion too, Roy. I appreciate it.
I'll upgrade, and then I'll pay for. I wanted to see how this go first before I upgrade, but I'll do that. But send me your Cash App, Roy. So I'll just send me your Cash App. Okay, thanks. Appreciate it.
All right, so I'll see you guys later. Take care of yourselves. Be safe out there.
There we go.
All right.
All right now.
Bye, guys.
All right, y'all.